Chapter 27 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 27. When we went to Boston, we went to a new hotel, as Ben had advised, deserting the old Bromfield for the Tremont. It was dusk when we arrived, and tea was served immediately, in a large room full of somber mahogany furniture. Its atmosphere oppressed Veronica, who ate her supper in silence. "Charles Dickens is here, sir," said the waiter, who knew Ben. "Two models of the Curiosity Shop have just got upstairs, sir. His room is right over here, sir." Veronica looked adoringly at the ceiling. "Then," said Ben, "our hunters are up from Belem. Anybody in from Belem, John?" "Oh yes, sir, every day." "I'll look them up," he said to us. But he returned soon, and begged us not to look at Dickens if we had a chance. Veronica, with a sigh, gave him up, and lost a chance of being immortalized with that perpetual and imperturbable beefsteak, covered with the blackest of all possible pepper, which was daily served to him. Father being out in pursuit of a cigar, Ben asked Veronica what she would do while he was at Belem. "Walk around this lion clawed table." "I shall be gone from you." "Alas! Are we to part this way?" "Father," she cried, when he entered with the theater bill, "had I better marry this friend of Cassy's?" "Have you the courage? Do you know each other?" "Having known Cassandra so long, sir," began Ben, but was interrupted by Veronica's exclaiming, "We do not know each other at all. What is the use of making that futile attempt? I am over 18, and do you know me, father?" "If I do not, it is because you have no shadow." "Shall I, then?" giving Ben a delicious smile. "I promise." "I promise too, Veronica," heaven dawning in his eyes. "We will see about it," said father. "Now, who will come to the theater?" We declined, but Ben signified his willingness to accompany him. We took the first morning train, so that father could return before evening, and ran through in the course of an hour the wooden suburbs of Belem, bordered by an ancient marsh, from which the sea had long retired. Taking a cab, we turned into Norfolk Street, at the head of which, Ben said, a mile distant, was his father's house. It was not a cheerful street, and when we stopped before an immense square, 3-storied house, it looked still more gloomy. There was a gate on one side, with white wooden urns on the posts, that shut off a paved courtway. On each side of the street were houses of the same pattern, with the same gates. Down the paved court of the opposite house a coach pulled by 2 fat horses clattered, and as the coach turned we saw 2 old ladies inside, highly dressed, bowing and smiling at Ben. "The Miss Hitticuts. 100,000 apiece." 100,000 apiece, I echoed in an anguish of admiration, which made my father laugh and Ben scowl. A servant in a linen jacket opened the door. "Is it yourself, Mr. Ben?" "Open the parlor door, Murph. Where's my mother and my sister?" "Miss Somers is taking her exercise, sir, and Mrs. Somers is with the old gentleman," opening the door with the performance of taking father's hat. "Sit down, Cassandra. I'll look up somebody." It was a bewildering matter where to go. The room, vast and dark, was a complete litter of tables and sofas. The tables were loaded with lamps, books, and knickknacks of every description. The sofas were strewn with English and French magazines, novels, and papers. I went to the window, while father perched on the music stool. My attention was diverted to a large dog in the court, chained to a post near a pump, where a man was giving water to a handsome bay horse, at the same time keeping his eye on an individual who stood on a stone block, dressed in a loose velvet coat, a white felt hat, and slippers down at the heel. He had a coach whip in his hand, the handsomest hand I ever saw, which he snapped at the dog, who growled with rage. I heard Ben's voice in remonstrance, then a lazy laugh from the velvet coat, who gave the dog a cut which made him bound. Ben, untying him, was overwhelmed with caresses. "Down, you fool! Off, Rash!" he said. "Look there," pointing to the window where I stood. The gentleman with the coach whip looked at me also. The likeness to Ben turned my suspicion into certainty that they were brothers. His disposition, I thought, must be lovely, judging from the episode with Rash. I turned away, almost running against a lady, who extended her fingers toward me with a quick little laugh, and said, "How de do? Where's Ben to introduce us properly?" "Here, mother," he said behind her, followed by the dog. "You were expecting Cassandra, my old chum, and Mr. Morgeson has come to leave her with us." "Certainly. Rash, go out, dear. Mr. Morgeson, I am sorry to say," she spoke with more politeness, "that Mr. Somers is confined to his room with gout. May I take you up?" "I have a short time to stay," looking at his watch and rising. "Do you consider the old school friendship between your son and Cassandra a sufficient reason for leaving her with you, to say nothing of the faint relationship which, we suppose, exists?" "Of course, very happy. Adelaide expects her," she said vaguely. I saw at once that she had never heard a word of our being relations. Ben had managed nicely in the affair of my invitation to Belem, but I desired to remain, in spite of Mrs. Somers' reception. Mr. Somers was bolstered up in bed, in a flowered dressing gown, with a bottle of colchicum and a pile of Congressional reports on a stand beside him. His urbanity was extreme. It was evident that his gout was not allowed to interfere with his deportment, though the joints of his hands were twisted and knotty. He expatiated on Ben's long ungratified wish for a visit from me, and thanked father for complying with it. He mentioned the memento of the miniature, and gave every particular of Locke Morgeson's early marriage, explaining the exact shade of consanguinity, a faint one. I glanced at Mrs. Somers, who sat remote in the act of inspecting me, with an eye askance, which I afterward found was her mode of looking at those whom she doubted or disliked. It changed its expression, as it met mine, into one of haughty wonder, that said there could be no tie of blood between us. She irritated and embarrassed me. I tried to think of something to say, and uttered a few words, which were uncommonly trivial and awkward. Mr. Somers touched on politics. The door opened, and Ben's brother entered, with downcast eyes. Advancing to the footboard of the bed, he leaned his chin on its edge, looked at his father, and in a remarkably clear, ringing voice said, "The check." Mr. Somers coughed behind his hand. "Tomorrow will do, Desmond." "Today will do." "Desmond," said Ben, in a low voice, "you do not see Mr. Morgeson and Miss Morgeson?" "My brother, Cassandra." "Beg pardon. Good morning." And he pulled off his hat with an air of grace which became him, though it was very indifferent. Mrs. Somers, in a soft voice, said, "Ring, Des, dear, will you?" He warned her with a satirical smile, and gave such a pull at the bell rope that it came down. Her florid face flushed a deeper red, but he had gone. Father looked at his watch, and got up with alacrity. "You are to dine with us, at least, Mr. Morgeson." "I must return to Boston on account of my daughter, who is there alone." "Have you been remiss, Ben," said his father affectionately, "in not bringing her also?" "She would not come, of course, father." A tall, black-haired girl of 25 rushed in. "Why, Ben," she said, "you are not expected? And this is Miss Morgeson," shaking hands with me. "You will spend a month, won't you?" She put her chin in her hand, and scanned me with a cool deliberateness. "Pa, do you think she is like Caroline Bingham?" "Yes, so she is, but fairer. She is a great belle," nodding to me. "Do you really think she looks like her, Somers?" said Mrs. Somers, in a tone of denial. "Certainly, but handsomer," Adelaide replied for him, without looking at her mother. "Would you like to go to your room?" she asked. "What a pretty dress this is," taking hold of the sleeve, her chin in her hand still. "We will have some walks. Belem is nice for walking. Pa, how do you feel now?" She allowed me to go downstairs with father, without following, and sent Murphy in with wine and biscuit. I put my arms round his neck and kissed him, for I had a lonesome feeling which I could not define at the last moment. "You will not stay long," he said. "There is something oppressive in this atmosphere." "Something artificial, is it? It must be the blood of the Bellevue Pickersgills that thickens the air." "Now," said Ben, with father's hat in hand, "the time is up." Adelaide was at the door to take courteous leave of him, and Mrs. Somers bowed from the top of the stairs, revealing a pair of large ankles, whose base rested in a pair of shabby, pudgy slippers. Adelaide then took me to my room, telling me not to change my dress, but to come down soon, for dinner was ready. Hearing a bell, I hurried down to the parlor which we were in before, and waited for directions respecting the dinner. Adelaide came presently. "We are dining. Come and sit next to me," offering her arm. Mrs. Somers, Desmond, and a girl of 15 were at the table. The latter had just come from school, I concluded, as a satchel of books hung at her chair. Murphy was removing the soup, and I derived the impression that I had been forgotten. While taking mine, they vaguely stared about, till Murphy brought in the roast mutton, except Adelaide, who rubbed her teeth with a dry crust, making a feint of eating it. Desmond kept the decanter, occasionally swallowing a glassful. "What wine is that, Murphy?" Mrs. Somers asked. He hesitatingly answered, "I think it is the Juno, Mum." "You stole the key from Pa's room, Des," said the girl. He shook the carving knife at her, at which gesture she said, "Pooh!" and applied herself to the roast mutton with avidity. They all ate largely, especially the girl, whose wide mouth was filled with splendid teeth. Mrs. Somers made a motion with her glass for Murphy to bring her the wine, and pouring a teaspoonful, held it to her mouth, as if she were practicing drinking healths. Her hands were beautiful too. They all had handsome hands, whose movements were graceful and expressive. When Ben arrived, Murphy set the dishes before him, and Adelaide began to talk in a lively, brilliant way. He did not ask for wine, but I saw him look toward it and Desmond. The decanter was empty. After the dessert, Mrs. Somers arose, and we followed, but she soon left us, and we went to the parlor. The girl, taking a seat beside me, said, "My name is Ann Somers. I am never introduced. Adder, my sister, is in the way, you know. I dare say Ben never spoke of me to you. I am never spoken of, am never noticed. I have never had new dresses, yet Pa is my friend, the dear soul." Adelaide looked upon her with the same superb indifference with which she regarded her mother and Desmond. "Would you like to go to your room?" she asked again. "You are too tired to take a walk, perhaps?" "Lord," said Ann, "do let her do as she likes, Adder. Don't be too disagreeable." I picked up my bonnet, which she took from me, and put on the top of her head as we went upstairs. "Murph must bring up your trunk," said Ann, opening the closet. "But there is no space to hang anything. The great Mongol's wardrobe stops the way." My chamber was stately in size and appointments. The afternoon sun shone in where a shutter was open, behind the dull red curtains, and illuminated the portrait of a nimble old lady in a scarlet cloak, which hung near the gigantic curtained bed, over a vast chair covered with faded green damask. "Grandmother Pickersgill," said Ann, who saw me observing the picture. Adelaide contemplated it also. "It was painted by Copley," she said. "Lord Lyndhurst afterwards. Grandfather entertained him, and he went to one of grandmother's parties. He complimented her on her beauty, but you see that she has not a handsome hand. Ours is the Pickersgill hand. and she spread her fingers like a fan. "She was a regular old screw," continued Ann, "and she used to have mother's underclothes tucked to last forever. She was a beast to servants, too." My trunk was brought in, which I unlocked and unpacked, while Adelaide opened a drawer in a great bureau. "Oh, you know it is full of Marm's fineries," said Ann, in a confidential tone. "I'll ring for Hannah." Adelaide busied herself in throwing the contents of the drawers on the floor. "There's her ball dresses," commented Ann, as a pink satin, trimmed with magnificent lace, tumbled out. "Old Carew brought the lace over for her." "Bring a basket, Hannah, and take these away somewhere, to some other closet of Mrs. Somers's." "That gold fringe, do you remember, Adder? She looked like an elephant with this howdah on when she wore it." Her impertinence inspired Adelaide, who joined her in a flow of vituperative wit at the expense of their mother and other relatives incidentally brought in. Instead of being aghast, I enjoyed it, and was feverish with a desire to be as brilliant, for my vocabulary was deficient, and my sense of inferiority was active during the whole of my visit in Belem. I blushed often, smiled foolishly, and was afflicted with a general apprehension in regard to gaucherie. I changed my traveling dress, as they were not inclined to leave me, with anxiety, for I was weak enough to wish to make an impression with my elegant bearing and appointments. Being so anatomized, I was oppressed with an indefinite discouragement. Their stealthy, sharp, selfish scrutiny brought out my failures. My dress seemed ill-made, my hair unbecomingly dressed, my best collar and ribbon, which I put on, were nothing to the lace I had just seen falling on the floor. When we descended, it was twilight. Ann said she must study, and left us by the parlor fire. Adelaide lighted a candle, and took a novel, which she read reclining on a sofa. Reclining on sofas, I discovered, was a family trait, though they were all in a state of the most robust health, with the exception of Mr. Somers. I walked up and down the rooms. "They were fine once," said Ben, who appeared from a dark corner, "but faded now. Mother never changes anything if she can help it. She is a terrible aristocrat," he continued, in a low voice, "fixed in the ideas embedded in the Belem institutions, which only move backward. We laugh, though, at everybody's claim but our own. You despise me for mentioning the Hiticut's income. It was the atmosphere." "It amuses me to be here." "Of course, but stir up Adelaide. She is genuine, has fine sense, and half despises her life, but she knows no other, and is proud." "Let's go and find tea," she said, yawning, dropping her book. "Why don't that lazy Murph light the lamp? I wish Pa was down to regulate affairs." No one was at the tea table but Mrs. Somers. "Ben is very polite. Don't you think so?" she said with her peculiar laugh, which made my flesh creep, as he pulled up a chair for me. Her voice made me dizzy, but I smiled. Ben was not the same in Belem, I saw at once, and no longer wondered at its influence, or at the vacillating nature of his plans and pursuits. Mrs. Somers gave me some tea from a spider-shaped silver teapot, which was related to a spider-shaped cream jug and a spider-shaped sugar dish. The polished surface of the mahogany table reflected a pair of tall silver candlesticks, and the plates, being of warped blue and white Chinese ware, joggled and clattered when we touched them. The tea was delicious. I said so, but Mrs. Somers deigned no answer. We were regaled with spread bread and butter and baked apples. Adelaide ate 6. "We do not have your Surrey suppers," Ben remarked. "How should you know?" his mother asked. Ben's eyes looked violent, and he bit his lip. Adelaide commenced speaking before her mother had finished her question, as if she only needed the spur of her voice to be lively and agreeable, per contra. "Hepburn must ask us to tea. Her jam and her gossip are wonderful. Aunt Tucker might ask us too, with housekeeper Beck's permission. I like tea fights with the old Hindoos. They like us too, Ben. We are the children of Hindoos also, superior to the rest of the world. There will be a party or two for this young person." "Parties be hanged," he said. "Then we must have a rout here, and I hate 'em." "But we owe an entertainment," said Mrs. Somers. "I have been thinking of giving one as soon as Mr. Somers gets out." "I have no such idea," said Adelaide, with her back toward her mother. "We shall have no party until one has been given to our young friend, Ben." Ben and I visited his father, who asked questions relative to the temperature, the water, and the dietetic qualities of Surrey. He was affable, but there was no nearness in his affability. He skated on the ice of appearances, and that was his vocation in his family. He fulfilled it well, but it was a strain sometimes. His family broke the ice now and then, which must have made him plunge into the depths of reality. I learned to respect his courage, bad as his cause was. Marrying Bellevue Pickersgill for her money, he married his master, and was endowed only with the privilege of settling her taxes. Simon Pickersgill, her father, tied up the main part of his money for his grandchildren. It was to be divided among them when the youngest son should arrive at the age of 21, an event which took place, I supposed, while Ben was on his way to India. Desmond and an older son, who resided anywhere except at home, made havoc with the income. As the principal prospectively was theirs, or nearly the whole of it, why should they not dispose of that? At last Mr. Somers looked at his watch, a gentle reminder that it was time for us to withdraw. Adelaide was still in the parlor, lying on her favorite sofa, contemplating the ceiling. I asked permission to retire, which she granted without removing her regards. In spite of my sound sleep that night, I was started from it by a wail of a young child. The strangeness of the chamber, and the continued crying, which I could not locate, kept me awake at intervals till dawn peeped through the curtains. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 28. A few days after my arrival, some friends dined with Mrs. Somers. The daughters of a senator, as Ann informed me, and an ex-governor, or I should not have known this fact, for I was never introduced. The dinner was elaborate, and Desmond did the honors. With the walnuts, one of the ladies asked for the baby. Mrs. Somers made a sign to Desmond, who pulled the bell rope, mildly this time. An elderly woman instantly appeared with a child a few months old, puny and anxious looking. Mrs. Somers took it from her, and placed it on the table. It tottered and nodded to the chirrups of the guests. Ben, from the opposite side of the table, addressed me by a look, which enlightened me. His voyage to India was useless, as the property would stand for 21 years more, lacking some months, unless Providence interposed. Adelaide was oblivious of the child, but Desmond thumped his glass on the mahogany to attract it, for its energies were absorbed in swallowing its fists and fretfully crying. When Murphy announced coffee in the parlor, the nurse took it away, and after coffee and sponge cake were served, the visitors drove off. That afternoon some friends of Adelaide called, to whom she introduced me as cousin. She gave graphic descriptions of them after their departure. One had achieved greatness by spending her winters in Washington, and contracting a friendship with John C. Calhoun. Another was an artist who had painted an ideal head of her ancestor, Sir Roger de Roger, not he who had arrived some years ago as a weaver from Glasgow, but the one who had remained on the family estate. A third reviewed books and collected autographs. The next afternoon, one of the Miss Hiticutts from across the way came, in a splendid camel's hair shawl and a shabby dress. "How is Mr. Somers?" she asked. He is such a martyr." Here Mrs. Somers entered. "My dear Bellevue, you are worn out with your devotion to him. When have you taken the air?" She did not wait for a reply, but addressed Adelaide with, "This is your young friend, and where is my favorite, Mr. Ben, and little Miss Ann? Have you anything new? I went down to Harris yesterday to tell her she must sweep away her old trash of a circulating library, and begin with a new regime of novels, which threatens to overwhelm us." Adelaide talked slowly at first, and then soared into a region where I had never seen a woman, an intellectual one. Miss Hiticutt followed her, and I experienced a new pleasure. Mrs. Somers was silent, but listened with respect to Miss Hiticutt, for she was of the real Belle Mazure in blood, as well as in brain. Besides, she was rich, and would never marry. It was a Pickersgill hallucination to be attentive to people who had legacies in their power. Mrs. Somers had a bequested fortune already in hair rings and silverware. While appearing to listen to Adelaide, her eyes wandered over me with speculation askant in them. Adelaide was so full of esprit that I was again smitten with my inferiority, and from this time I felt a respect for her, which never declined, although she married an Englishman, who, too choleric to live in America, took her to Florence, where they settled with their own towels and silver, and are likely to remain, for her heart is too narrow to compromise any further interest in Belem. Miss Hiticutt chatted herself out, giving us an invitation to tea for any day, including Ben and Miss Ann, who had not been visible since breakfast. April rains kept us indoors for several days. Ann refused to go to school. She must have a holiday. Besides, Pa needed her. She alone could take care of him, after all. Her mother said she must go. "Who can make me, Mum?" Desmond ordered the coach for her. When it was ready he put her in it, seated himself beside her, with provoking nonchalance, and carried her to school. Murphy, with his velvet-banded hat, left her satchel at the door, with a ceremonious air, which made Ann slap his cheek and call him an old grimalkin. But she was obliged to walk home in the rain, after waiting an hour for him to come back. Mr. Somers hobbled about his room with the help of his cane, and said that he should be out soon, and requested Adelaide to put in order some bookshelves that were in the third story, for he wanted to read without confusion. We went there together, and sorted some odd volumes, piles of Unitarian sermons, bound magazines, political works, and a heap of histories. Ben found a seat on a bunch of books, pleased to see us together. "This is a horrid hole," he said. "I have not been up in this floor for ages. How do the shelves look?" A hiccup near us caused us to look toward the door. "It is only Des, in his usual afternoon trim," said Ben. She nodded, as he pushed open the door, thrusting in his head. "What the hell are you doing here? This region is sacred to Chaos and Old Night," striking the panels, first one and then the other, with the tassels of his dressing gown. No one answered him. Adelaide counted a row of books, and Ben whistled. "Damn you, Ben," he said, in a languid voice. "You never seem bored. Curse you all. I hate ye, especially that she Calmuck yonder, that Siberian steppe-natured, malachite-hearted girl, our sister." "Oh, come away, Mr. Desmond. What are the poor things doing that you should harry them?" And the woman who had brought in the baby the day of the dinner laid her hands on him and pulled him away. "Sarah will never give him up," said Ben. "She swears there is good in him. I think he is a wretch," turning over the leaves of a book with her beautiful hand, such a hand as I had just seen beating the door, such a hand as clasped its fellow in Ben's hair. Adelaide was not embarrassed at my presence. She neither sought nor avoided my look, but Ben said, "You are thinking." "Is she?" And Adelaide raised her eyes. "You are all so much alike," I said. "You are right," she answered seriously. "Our grandfather—" "Confound him!" broke in Ben. "I wish he had never been born. Are you proud, Addie, of being like the Pickersgills? But I know you are. Remember that part of us which is Pickersgill hates its like. I am off. I am going to walk." Adelaide coolly said, after he had gone, that he was very visionary, predicting changes that could not be, and determined to bring them about. "Why did he bring me here?" I asked, as if I were asking in a dream. "Ben's hospitality is genuine. He is like pa. Besides, you are related to us, on the Somers side, and are the first visitor we ever saw, outside of mother's connection. Do you not know, too, that Ben's friendship is very sincere, very strong?" "I begin to comprehend the Pickersgills," I remarked, as if in a dream. "How words with any meaning glance off, when addressed to them. How impossible it is to return the impression they give. How incapable they are of appreciating what they cannot appropriate to the use of their idiosyncrasies." She gazed at me, as if she heard an abstract subject discussed, with a slight interest in her black eyes. "Are they vicious to the death?" I went on with this dream. "It is not fair, their overpowering personality. It is not fair to others. It overpowers me, though I know it is all fallacious." "I am ignorant of ethical philosophy." "Miss Somers," said Murphy, knocking, "if Major Millard is below." "I am coming." She smiled when she looked at me again. I stared at her with a singular feeling. Had I touched her, or had I made a fool of myself? "There is some nice gingerbread in the closet. Shan't I get you a piece?" I fell out of my dream. "Major Millard is an old beau. Come down and captivate him. He likes fair women." Declining the gingerbread, I accepted the Major. He was an old gentleman, in a good deal of highly starched linen, amusing himself by teasing Ann, who liked it, and paid him in impertinence. Adelaide played chess with him. Desmond sauntered in about 9, threw himself into a chair behind the sofa where I sat, and swung his arm over the back. The chessboard was put aside, and a gossipy conversation was started, which included Mrs. Somers, who was on a sofa across the room, but he did not join in it. I watched Mrs. Somers, as her fingers moved with her Berlin knitting, feeling more composed and settled as to my identity, in spite of my late outburst, than I had felt at any moment since my arrival in Belem. They were laughing at a funny description, which Ann was giving of a meeting she had witnessed between Miss Hiticutt and Mr. Pearsall, a gentleman lately arrived from China, after 20 years' residence, with several lakhs of rupees. Her delineation of Miss Hiticutt, who attempted to appear as she had 20 years before, was excellent. Ben, who was rolling and unrolling his mother's yarn, laughed till the tears ran. But Major Millard looked uneasy, as if he expected to be served a la Hiticutt by the satirical Ann after his departure. Before the laughter subsided, I heard a low voice at my ear, and felt a slight touch from the tip of a finger on my cheek. "How came those scars?" I brushed my cheek with my handkerchief, and answered, "I got them in battle." He left his chair, and walked slowly through the room into the dark front parlor. Major Millard took leave, and was followed by Mrs. Somers and Ann, neither of whom returned. As Ben stretched himself on his sofa with an air of relief, Desmond emerged from the dark and stood behind him, leaning against a column, with his hands in his coat pockets and his eyes searchingly fixed upon me. Ben, turning his head in my direction, sprang up so suddenly that I started, but Desmond's eyes did not move till Ben confronted him. Then he gave a haughty smile, and begged him to take his repose again. I went to the piano and ran my fingers over the keys. "Do you play? Can you sing?" asked Adelaide, rousing herself. "Yes." "Do sing. I never talk music, but I like it. "Some old song," said Ben. "Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine." I became conscious that Desmond was near me. With a perfectly pure voice he joined in the song: "The thirst that from the soul doth rise Doth ask a drink divine." As the tones of his voice floated through the room, I was where I saw the white sea birds flashing between the deep blue of our summer sea and sky, and the dark rocks that rose and dipped in the murmuring waves. CHAPTER 29. of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 29. One pleasant afternoon, Adelaide and I started on a walk. We must go through the crooked length of Norfolk Street, till we reached the outskirts of Belem, and its low fields not yet green. That was the fashionable promenade, she said. After the 2 o'clock dinner, Belem walked. All her acquaintances seemed to be in the street, so many bows were given and returned with ceremony. Nothing familiar was attempted, nothing beyond the courtliness of an artificial smile. Returning, we met Desmond with a lady, and a series of bows took place. Desmond held his hat in his hand until we passed. His expression varied so much from what it was when I saw him last, at the breakfast table, he being in a desperate humor then, that it served me for mental comment for some minutes. "That is Miss Brewster," said Adelaide. "She is an heiress, and fancies Desmond's attentions. She will not marry him, though." "Is every woman in Belem an heiress?" "Those we talk about are, and every man is a fortune hunter. Money marries money. Those who have none do not marry. Those who wait and hope. But the great fortunes of Belem are divided. The race of millionaires is decaying." "Is that Ann yonder?" "I think so, from that bent bonnet." It proved to be Ann, who went by us with a universal bow and grimace, sacrificing to the public spirit with her fine manners. She turned soon, however, and overtook us, proposing to make a detour to Drummond Street, where an intimate family friend, old Hepburn, lived, so that the prospect of our going to tea with her might be made probable by her catching a passing glimpse of us. At this time she must be at the window with her Voltaire or her Rousseau. The proposition was accepted, and we soon came near the house, which stood behind a row of large trees and looked very dismal, with 3/4 of its windows barred with board shutters. "Walk slow," Ann entreated. "I see her blinking at us. She has not shed her satin pelisse yet." Before we got beyond it, a dirty little girl came out of the gate, in a pair of huge shoes and a canvas apron, which covered her, to call us back. Mrs. Hepburn had seen us, and wished us to come in, wanting to know who Miss Adelaide had with her, and to talk with her. She ran back, reappearing again at the door, out of breath, and minus a shoe. As we entered a small parlor, an old lady in a black dress, with a deep cape, held out her withered hand, without rising from her straight-backed armchair, smiling at us, but shaking her head furiously at the small girl, who lingered in the door. "Mari, Mari," she called, but no Mari came, and the small girl took our shawls, for Mrs. Hepburn said we must stay, now that she had inveigled us inside her doors. Ann mimicked her at her back, but to her face behaved servilely. "The name of Morgeson belonged to the early historical time of New England," Mrs. Hepburn informed me. I never knew it, but bowed, as if not ignorant. Old Mari must be consulted respecting the sweetmeats, and she went after her. "What an old mouser it is," said Ann. "What unexpected ways she has. She scours Belem in her velvet shoes, to find out everybody's history. Don't you smell buttered toast?" "Your father is getting the best of the gout," said Mrs. Hepburn, returning. "How is Desmond? He may be the wickedest of you all, but I like him the best. I shall not throw away praise of him on you, Adelaide." and she looked at me. "He bows well," I said. "He resembles his mother, who was a great beauty. Mr. Somers was handsome too. I was at a ball at Governor Flam's 30 years ago. Your mother was barely 15 then, Adelaide. She was just married, and opened the ball." She examined me all the while, with a pair of small, round eyes, from which the color had faded, but which were capable of reading me. Tea was served by candlelight, on a small table. Mrs. Hepburn kept her eyes on everything, talking volubly, and pulled the small girl's ears, or pushed her by the shoulder, with faith that we were not observing her. The toast was well buttered, the sweetmeats were delicious, and the cake was heavenly, as Ann said. Mrs. Hepburn ate little, but told us a great deal about marriages in prospect, and incomes which waxed or waned in consequence. When tea was over, she said to the small girl who removed the tea things, "On your life taste not the cake or the sweetmeats, and bring me 2 sticks of wood, you hussy." She arranged the sticks on a decaying fire, inside a high brass fender, pulled up a stand near the hearth, lighted 2 candles, and placed on it a pack of cards. "Some one may come, so we can play." Meantime, she dozed upright, walking, talking, and dozing again, like a crafty old parrot. "She has a great deal of money saved," Ann whispered behind a book. "She is over 70. Oh, she is opening her puss eyes." Adelaide mused, after her fashion, on the slippery haircloth sofa, looking at the dim fire, and I surveyed the room. Its aspect attracted me, though it was precise and stiff. An ugly Turkey carpet covered the floor, a sideboard was against the wall, with a pair of silver pitchers on it, and 2 tall vases, filled with artificial flowers, under glass shades. Old portraits hung over it. Upon one I fixed my attention. "That is the portrait of Count Rumford," Mrs. Hepburn said. "Can't we see the letters?" begged Ann. "And won't you show us your trinkets? It is 3 or 4 years since we looked them over." "Yes," she answered good humoredly. "Ring the bell." An old woman answered it, to whom Mrs. Hepburn said, in a friendly voice, "The box on my desk." Adelaide and Ann said, "How do you do, Mari?" When she brought the box, Mrs. Hepburn unlocked it, and produced some yellow letters, which we looked over, picking out here and there bits of Parisian gossip, many, many years old. They were directed to Cavendish Hepburn, by his friend, the original of the portrait. But the letters were soon laid aside, and we examined the contents of the box. Old brooches, miniatures painted on ivory, silhouettes, hair rings, necklaces, earrings, chains, and finger rings. "Did you wear this?" asked Ann, with a longing voice, slipping an immense sapphire ring on her forefinger. "In Mr. Hepburn's day," she answered, taking up a small case, which she unfastened and gave me. It contained a peculiar pair of earrings, and a brooch of aquamarina stones, in a setting perforated like a net. "They suit you. Will you accept such an old-fashioned ornament? Put the rings in. Here, Ann, fasten them." Ann glared at her in astonishment, and then at me, for the reason which had prompted so unexpected a gift. "Is it possible that I am to have them? Why do you give them to me? They are beautiful," I replied. "They came from Europe long ago," she said, "and they happen to suit you." Sabrina fair, under the glassy, cool, translucent wave, in twisted braids of Lily's knitting, the loose train of thy amber dropping hair. "Those lines make me forgive Paradise Lost," said Adelaide. "They are very long, these earrings," Ann remarked. I put the brooch in the knot of ribbon I wore. Mrs. Hepburn joggled the white satin bows of her cap in approbation. The knocker resounded. "There is our partner," she cried. "It must be late, ma'am," said Adelaide, "and I suspect it is someone for us. You know we never venture on impromptu visits, except to you, and our people know where to send." "Late or not, you shall stay for a game," she said, as Ben came in, hat in hand, declaring he had been scouting for us since dark. Mrs. Hepburn snuffed the candles and rang the bell. The small girl, with a perturbed air, like one hurried out of a nap, brought in a waiter, which he placed on the sideboard. "Get to bed," Mrs. Hepburn loudly whispered, looking over the waiter, and taking from it a silver porringer. She put it inside the fender, and then shuffled the cards. "Now, Ann, you may sit beside me and learn." "If it is whist, mum, I know it. I played every afternoon at Hampton's last summer, and we spoiled a nice polished table, we scratched it so with our nails, picking up the cards." "Young people do too much nowadays." I was in the shadow of the sideboard. Ben stood against it. "When have you played whist, Cassandra?" he asked in a low voice. "Do you remember?" "Is my name Cassandra?" "Have you forgotten that too?" "I remember the rain." "It is not October yet." "And the yellow leaves do not stick to the panes. Would you like to see Helen?" "Come and play with me, Ben," called Mrs. Hepburn. "Ann, try your skill," I entreated, "and let me off." "She can try," Mrs. Hepburn said sharply. "Don't you like games? I should have said you were by nature a bold gamester." She dealt the cards rapidly, and was soon absorbed in the game, though she quarreled with Ann occasionally, and knocked over the candlestick once. Adelaide played heroically, and was praised, though I knew she hated play. 2 hours passed before we were released. The fire went out, the candles burnt low, and whatever the contents of the silver porringer, they had long been cold. When Mrs. Hepburn saw us determined to go, she sent us to the sideboard for some refreshment. "My caudle is cold," taking off the cover of the porringer. "Why, Mari, what is this?" she said, as the woman made a noiseless entrance with a bowl of hot caudle. "I knew how it would be," she answered, putting it into the hands of her mistress. "I am a desperate old rake, you mean, Mari. There, take your virtue off, you appall me." She poured the caudle into small silver tumblers, and gave them to us. "The bequest of a friend" was engraved on them. Her fingers were like ice, and her head shook with fatigue; but her voice was sprightly, and her smile bright. Ann ate a good deal of sponge cake, and omitted the caudle, but I drank mine to the memory of the donor of the cup. "You know that sherry, Ben?" and Mrs. Hepburn nodded him toward a decanter. He put his hand on it, and took it away. "None to night," he said. Mari came with our shawls, and we hastened away, hearing her shoot the bolt of the door behind us. Ben drew my arm in his, and the girls walked rapidly before us. It was a white, hazy night, and the moon was wallowing in clouds. "Let us walk off the flavor of Hep's cards," said Adelaide, "and go to Wolf's Point." "Do you wish to go?" he asked me. "Yes." Ann skipped. A nocturnal excursion suited her exactly. "You are not to have the toothache to morrow, or pretend to be lame," said Adelaide. "Not another hiss, Adder. En avant." We passed down Norfolk Street, now dark and silent, and reached our house. A light was burning in a room in the 3rd story, and a window was open. Desmond sat by it, his arms folded across his chest, smoking, and contemplating some object beyond our view. Ann derisively apostrophized him, under her breath, while Ben unlocked the court gate, and went in after Rash, who came out quietly, and we proceeded. In looking behind me, I stumbled. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Are you afraid?" "Yes." "Of what?" "The Prince of Darkness." "The devil lives a little behind us." "In you too, then?" "In Rash. Look at him. He is bigger than Faust's dog, jumps higher, and is blacker. You can't hear the least sound from him as he gambols with his familiar." We left the last regular street on that side of the city, and entered a road, bordered by trees and bushes, which hid the country from us. We crept through a gap in it, crossed 2 or 3 spongy fields, and ascended a hill, reaching an abrupt edge of the rocks, over whose earthy crest we walked. Below it I saw a strip of sea, hemmed in on all sides, for the light was too vague for me to see its narrow outlet. It looked milky, misty, and uncertain. The predominant shores stifled its voice, if it ever had one. Adelaide and Ann crouched over the edge of the rock, reciting, in a chanting tone, from a poem beginning: "The river of thy thoughts must keep Its solemn course too still and deep For idle eyes to see." Their false intonation of voice, and the wordy spirit of the poem, convinced me that poetry with them was an artificial taste. I turned away. The dark earth and the rolling sky were better. Ben followed. "I hope Veronica's letter will come to morrow," he said with a groan. "Veronica, why Veronica? Don't torment me. She writes letters seldom. I have written her. She has never written me. It might be the means of revealing you to each other to do so. Ben, your native air is deleterious." "You laugh. I feel what you say. I do not attempt to play the missionary at home, for my field is not here. You were wise not to bring Veronica. I see already. She would see what I hate myself for. One may venture farther with a friend than a lover. I thought that you might understand the results of my associations. Curse them all! Come, girls, we must go back." Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 30. I took a cold that night. Belem was damp always, but its midnight damp was worse than any other. Mrs. Somers sent me medicine. Adelaide asked me, with an air of contemplation, what made me sick, and felt her own pulse. Ann criticized my nightgown ruffles, and accused me of wearing imitation lace. But nursing was her forte, and she stayed by me, annoyed me by frequent beating up of my pillow, and the bringing in of bowls of strange mixtures for me to swallow, which she persuaded the cook to make and her father to taste. Before I left my room, Mrs. Somers came to see me. "You are about well, I hear," she said, in a cold voice. I felt as if I had been shamming sickness. "I thought you were in remarkable health. Your frame is so large." Adelaide was there, and answered for me. "You are delicate. It must be because you do not take care of yourself. Wolf's Point to be avoided, perhaps." "I have walked to Wolf's Point for 15 years, night and day, many times." "Mr. Munster's man left this note for you," her mother said, handing it to her. She read an invitation from Miss Munster, a cousin, to a small party. "You will not be able to go," Mrs. Somers remarked to me. "You will go," Adelaide said. "It is an attention to you altogether." She never replied to her mother, never asked her questions, so that talking between them was a one-sided affair. "Let us go out shopping, Adelaide. I want some lace to wear," I begged. Mrs. Somers looked into her drawers, out of which Adelaide had thrust her finery, and found mine, but said nothing. "We are going to a party, Ann, thanks to your messes and your nursing," as I passed her in the hall. "Where is your evening dress?" "Pinned in a napkin, like my talent." "Old Cousin Munster, the pirate, who made his money in the opium trade, has good things in his house. I suppose," with a coquettish air, "that you will see Ned Munster. He would walk to the door with me to-day. He wishes me out, I know." We consumed that evening in talking of dress. Adelaide showed me her camel's hair scarves, which Desmond had brought, and her dresses. Ann tried them all on, walking up and down, and standing tiptoe before the glass, while I trimmed a handkerchief with the lace I had purchased. I unfolded my dress after they were gone, with a dubious mind. It was a heavy white silk, with a blue satin stripe. It might be too old-fashioned, for it belonged to mother, who would never wear it. The sleeves were puffed with bands of blue velvet, and the waist was covered with a birthday of the same. It must do, however, for I had no other. We were to go at 9. Adelaide came to my room dressed, and with her hair arranged exactly like mine. She looked well, in spite of her Mongolic face. "Pa wants to see us in his room. He has gone to bed." "Wait a moment," I begged. I took my hair down, unbraided it, brushed it out of curl as much as I could, twisted it into a loose mass, through which I stuck pins enough to hold it, bound a narrow fillet of red velvet round my head, and ran after her. "That is much better," she said. "You are entirely changed." Desmond was there, in his usual careless dress, hanging over the footboard of the bed, and Ann was huddled on the outside. Mrs. Somers was reading. "Pa," said Ann, "just think of old Hepburn's giving her a pair of lovely earrings." "Did she? Where are they?" asked Mrs. Somers. "I am not surprised," said Mr. Somers. "Mrs. Hepburn knows where to bestow. Why not wear them?" "I'll get them," said Ann. Mr. Somers continued his compliments. He thought there was a pleasant contrast between Adelaide and myself, referred to Diana, mentioned that my hair was remarkably thick, and proceeded with a dissertation on the growth and decay of the hair, when she returned with the earrings. "It is too dark here," she said. Desmond, who had remained silent, took the candle, which Mrs. Somers was reading by, and held it for Ann, close to my face. The operation was over, but the candle was not taken away till Mrs. Somers asked for it sharply. "I dare say," murmured Mr. Somers, who was growing drowsy, "that Mrs. Hepburn wore them some night, when she went to John Munster's 40 years ago, and now you wear them to the son's. How things come round." The Munsters' man opened the door for us. The rooms were full. "Very glad," said Mr., Mrs., and Miss Munster, and amid a loud buzz we fell back into obscurity. Adelaide joined a group, who were talking at the top of their voices with most hilarious countenances. "They pretend to have a Murillo here. Let us go and find it," said Ben. It was a small room. While we looked at a dark-haired, handsome woman, standing on brown clouds, with hands so fat that every finger stood apart, Miss Munster brought up a young gentleman, with a Munster cast of countenance. "My brother begs an introduction, Miss Morgeson." Ben retired, and Mr. Munster began to talk volubly, with wandering eyes, repeating words he was in danger of forgetting. No remarks were required from me. At the proper moment he asked me to make the tour of the rooms, and offered his arm. As we were crossing the hall, I saw Desmond, hat in hand, and in faultless evening dress, bowing to Miss Munster. "Your cousin Desmond, and mine, is a fine-looking man, is he not? Let us speak to him." I drew back. "I'll not interrupt his devoir." He bowed submissively. My cousin Desmond, I thought. Let me examine this beauty. He was handsomer than Ben, his complexion darker, and his hair black. There was a flush across his cheekbones, as if he had once blushed, but the blush had settled. The color of his eyes I could not determine. As if to resolve my doubt, he came toward us. They were a deep violet, and the lids were fringed with long black lashes. I speculated on something animal in those eyes. He stood beside me, and twisted his heavy mustache. "What a pretty boudoir this is," I said, backing into a little room behind us. "Ned," he said abruptly, "you must resign Miss Morgeson. I am here to see her." "Of course," Ned answered. "I relinquish." Before a word was spoken between us, Mrs. Munster touched Desmond on the shoulder, and told him that he must come with her, to be introduced to Count Montholon. "Bring him here, please." "Tyrant," she answered playfully, "the Count shall come." He brought a chair. "Take this, you are pale. You have been ill." Bringing another, he seated himself before me, and fanned himself with his hat. Mrs. Munster came back with the Count, an elderly man, and Desmond rose to meet him, keeping his hand on the back of his chair. They spoke French. The freedom of their conversation precluded the idea of my understanding of it. The Count made a remark about me. Desmond replied, glancing at me, and both pulled their mustaches. The Count was called away soon, and Desmond resumed his chair. "I understood you," I said. "The deuce you did." He placed his hat over a vase of flowers, which tipping over, he leisurely righted, and bending toward me, said, "It was in battle." "Yes." "And women like you, pure, with no vice of blood, sometimes are tempted, struggle, and suffer." His words, still more his voice, made me wince. "Even drawn battles bring their scars," I replied. "Convince me beyond all doubt that a woman can reason with her impulses, or even fathom them, and I will be in your debt." "Maybe, but Ben is coming." He looked at me strangely. "You must find this very dull, Cassandra," said Ben, joining us. "Cassandra," said Desmond, "are you bored?" The accent with which he spoke my name set my pulses striking like a clock. I got up mechanically, as Ben directed. "They are going to supper. There's game. Des, Munster told me to take the northeast corner of the table." "I shall take the southwest, then," he replied, nodding to a tall gentleman who passed with Adelaide. When we left him, he was observing a carved oak chair, in occult sympathy, probably, with the grain of the wood. Nature strikes us with her phenomena at times when other resources are not at hand. We were compelled to wait at the door of the supper room, the jam was so great. "What fairy story do you like best?" asked Ben. "I know which you like." "Well?" "Bluebeard. You have an affinity with Sister Ann in the tower." "Do you think I see nothing but the sun which makes a dust, and the grass which looks green?" "I believe you like Bluebeard too." That was a great joke, at which we both laughed. When I saw Desmond again, he was surrounded by men, the French Count among them, drinking champagne. He held a bottle, and was talking fast. The others were laughing. His listless, morose expression had disappeared. In the place of a brutal-tempered, selfish, bored man, I saw a brilliant, jovial gentleman. Which was the real man? "Finish your jelly," said Ben. "I prefer looking at your brother." "Leave my brother alone." "You see nothing but the sun which makes a dust, and the grass which looks green." Miss Munster hoped I was cared for. How gay Desmond was! She had not seen such a look in his face in a long time, and how strongly he was marked with the family traits. "How am I marked, May?" asked Ben. "Oh, we know worse eccentricities than you are. What are you up to now? You are not as frank as Desmond." He laughed as he looked at me, and then Adelaide called to us that it was time to leave. We were among the last. The carriage was waiting. We made our bows to Mrs. Munster, who complained of not having seen more of us. "You were a favorite of Mrs. Hepburn's, Miss Morgeson, I am told. She is a remarkable woman, has great powers." I mentioned my one interview with her. Guests were going upstairs with smiles, and coming down without, released from their company manners. We rode home in silence, except that Adelaide yawned fearfully, and then we toiled up the long stairs, separating with a tired "Good night." I extinguished my candle by dropping my shawl upon it, and groped in vain for matches over the tops of table and shelf. "To bed in the dark, then," I said, pulling off my gloves and the band from my head, for I felt a tightness in it, and pulled out the hairpins. But a desire to look in the glass overcame me. I felt unacquainted with myself, and must see what my aspect indicated just then. I crept downstairs to the dining room, passed my hands over the sideboard, the mantel shelf, and took the round of the dinner table, but found nothing to light my candle with. The fire may not be out in the parlor, I thought. It can be lighted there. I ran against the hat stand in the hall, knocking a cane down, which fell with a loud noise. The parlor door was ajar. The fire was not out, and Desmond was before it, watching its decay. "What is it?" he asked. "The candle," I stammered, confused with the necessity of staying to have it lighted, and the propriety of retreating in the dark. "Shall I light it?" I stepped a little further inside the door, and gave it to him. He grew warm with thrusting it between the bars of the grate, and I grew chilly. Shivering, and with chattering teeth, I made out to say, "A piece of paper would do it." Raising his head hastily, it came crash against the edge of the marble shelf. Involuntarily I shut the door, and leaned against it, to wait for the effect of the blow; but feeling a pressure against the outside, I yielded to it, and moved aside. Mrs. Somers entered, with a candle flaring in one hand, and holding with the other her dressing gown across her bosom. "What are you doing here?" she asked sharply, but in a whisper, her eyes blazing like a panther's. "Doing?" I replied. "Stay and see." She swept along, and I followed, bringing up close to Desmond, who had his hand round his head, and was very pale, either from the effect of the blow or some other cause. Even the flush across his cheeks had faded. She looked at him sharply. He moved his hands from his head, and met her eyes. "I am not drunk, you see," he said in a low voice. She made an insulting gesture toward me, which meant, "Is this an adventure of yours?" The blaze in her eyes kindled a more furious one in his. He stepped forward with a threatening motion. Anger raged through me, like a fierce rain that strikes flat a violent sea. I laid my hand on her arm, which he snapped like a wolf, but I spoke calmly. "You tender, true-hearted creature, full of womanly impulses, allow me to light my candle by yours." I picked it from the hearth, lighted it, and held it close to her face, laughing, though I never felt less merry. But I had restrained him. He took the candle away gently. "Leave the room," he said to her. She beckoned me to go. "No, you shall go." They made a simultaneous movement with their hands, he to insist, she to deprecate, and I again observed how exactly alike they were. "Desmond," I implored, "pray allow me to go." A deep flush suffused his face. He bowed, threw wide the door, and followed me to the foot of the stairs. I reached my hand for the candle, for he retained both. "You pardon first." "For what?" "For much, oh, for much." What story my face told, I could not have told him. He kissed my hand and turned away. At the top of the stairs I looked down. He was there with an upturned face, watching me. Whether he went back to confer with his mother, I never knew. If he did, the expression which he wore then must have troubled her. I went to bed, wondering over the mischief that a candle could do. After I had extinguished it, its wick glowed in the dark like a one-eyed demon. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. Another week passed. Ben had received a letter from Veronica, informing him that letter writing was a kind of composition she was not fond of. He must come to her, and then there would be no need for writing. Her letter exasperated him. His tenacious mind, lying in wait to close upon hers, was irritated by her simple, candid behavior. I could give him no consolation, nor did I care to. It suited me that his feelings for her weakened his penetration in regard to me. When he roused at the expression which he saw Desmond fix upon me, the night that Major Millard was there, I expected a rehearsal from him of watchfulness and suspicion. But no symptom appeared. I was glad, for I was in love with Desmond. I had known it from the night of Miss Munster's party. The morning after, I woke to know my soul had built itself a lordly pleasure house, Its dome and towers were firm and finished, glowing in the light that never was on land or sea. How elate I grew in this atmosphere! The face of Nemesis was veiled even. No eye saw the pure, pale nimbus ringed above it. I did not see him, except as an apparition, for suddenly he had become the most unobtrusive member of the family, silent and absent. Immunity from espionage was the immutable family rule. Mrs. Somers, under the direction of that spirit which isolated me from all exterior influences, for a little time had shut down the lid of her evil feelings, and was quiet, watching me, perhaps, but not annoying. Mr. Somers was engaged with the subject of ventilation. Ann, to convince herself that she had a musical talent, practiced of afternoons, till she was turned out by Adelaide, who had a fit of reading abstruse works, sometimes seeking me with fingers thrust between their leaves to hold abstract conversations, which, though I took small part in them, were of service. That portion of the world of emotions, which I was mapping out, she was profoundly indifferent to. My experiences to her would have been debasing. As she would not come to me, I went to her, and gained something. Ben, always a favorite with his father, pursued him, rode with him, and made visits of pleasure or business, with a latent object which kept him on the alert. I had been in Belem 3 weeks. In a week more I decided to return home. My indignation against Mrs. Somers, from our midnight interview, had not suggested that I should shorten my visit; on the contrary, it had freed me from any regard or fear of her opinion. I had discovered her limits. It was Saturday afternoon. Reflecting that I had but a few days more for Belem, and summing up the events of my visit and the people I had met, their fashions and differences, I unrolled a tolerable panorama, with patches of it of vivid color, and laid it away in my memory, to be unrolled again at some future time. Then a faint shadow dropped across my mind like a curtain, the first that clouded my royal palace, my mental paradise. I sighed. Joyless, vacant, barren hours prefigured themselves to me, drifting through my brain, till their vacant shapes crowded it into darkness. I must do something. I would go out. A walk would be good for me. Moreover, wishing to purchase a parting gift for Adelaide and Ann, I would go alone. Wandering from shop to shop in Norfolk Street, without finding the articles I desired, I turned into a street which crossed it, and found the right shop. Seeing Drummond Street, on an old gable end house, a desire to exchange with someone a language which differed from my thoughts prompted me to look up Mrs. Hepburn. I soon came to her house, and knocked at the door, which Mari opened. The current was already changed, as I followed her into a room different from the one where I had seen Mrs. Hepburn. It was dull of aspect, long and narrow, with one large window opening on the old-fashioned garden, from which I saw a discolored marbled Flora. Mrs. Hepburn was by the window, in her high chair. She held out her hand and thanked me for coming to see an old woman. Motioning her head toward a dark corner, she said, "There is a young man who likes occasionally to visit an old woman also." The young man, 29 years old, was Desmond. He crossed the room and offered me his hand. We had not spoken since we parted at the stairs that memorable night. He hastily brought chairs, and placed them near Mrs. Hepburn, who seized her spectacles, which were on a silk work bag beside her, scanned us through them, and exclaimed, "Aha! What is this?" "Is it something in me, ma'am?" said Desmond, putting his head before my face, so that it was hid from her. "Something in both of you. Thief! Thief!" She rubbed her frail hand against my sleeve, muttering, "See now, so, the same characteristics." I spoke of the difference of the rooms. The one we were in reminded me of a lizard. The walls were faint gray, and every piece of furniture was covered with plain yellow chintz, while the carpet was green. She replied that she always moved from her winter parlor to this summer room, on the 22nd day of April, which had fallen the day before, for she liked to watch the coming out of the shrubs in the garden, which were as old as herself. The chestnut had leaved 70 times and more, and the crippled plum, whose fruit was so wormy to eat, was dying with age. As for the elms at the bottom of the garden, for all she knew they were 1,000 years old. "The elms are 1,000 years old," I repeated and repeated to myself, while she glided from topic to topic with Desmond, whose conversation indicated that he was as cultivated as any ordinary gentleman, when the Pickersgill element was not apparent. The form of the garden goddess faded, the sun had gone below the garden wall. The garden grew dusk, and the elms began to nod their tops at me. I became silent, listening to the fall of the plummet, which dropped again and again from the topmost height of that lordly domain over which shadows had come. Were they sounding its foundations? My eyes roved the garden, seeking the nucleus of an emotion which beset me now. Not they, but my senses formed it, in a garden miles away, where nodded a row of elms under which Charles Morgeson stood. "I am glad you're here, my darling. Do you smell the roses?" "Are you going?" I heard Mrs. Hepburn say in a far off voice. I was standing by the door. "Yes, madam. The summer parlor does not delay the sunset." "Come again. When do you leave Belem?" "In a few days." Desmond made a grimace, and went to the window. "Who returns with you?" she continued. "Ben? He likes piloting." "I hope he will. I came here to please him." "Pooh! You came here because Mr. Somers has a crotchet." "Well, I was permitted somehow to come." "It was perfectly right. A woman like you need not question whether a thing is convenable." Desmond turned from the window, and bestowed upon her a benign smile, which she returned with a satisfied nod. This implied flattery tinkled pleasantly on my ears, allaying a doubt which I suffered from. Did I realize how much the prestige of those Belem saints influenced me, or how proud I was with the conviction of affiliation with those who were plainly marked with caste? "Walk with me," he demanded, as we were going down the steps. We passed out of Drummond Street into a wide open common. Rosy clouds floated across the zenith, and a warm, balmy wind was blowing. I thought of Veronica, calm and happy, as the spring always made her, and the thought was a finishing blow to the variety of moods I had passed through. The helm of my will was broken. "There is a good view from Moss Hill yonder," he said. "Shall we go up?" I bowed, declining his arm, and trudged beside him. From its summit, Belem was only half in sight. Its old, crooked streets sloped and disappeared from view. Wolf's Point was at the right of us, and its thread of sea. I began talking of our walk, and was giving an extended description of it, when he abruptly asked why I came to Belem. "I know," he said, "that you would not have come, had there been any sentiment between you and Ben." "Thanks for your implication, but I must have made the visit, you know, or how could I learn that I should not have made it?" "You regret coming?" "Veronica will give me no thanks." "Who is she?" "My sister, whom Ben loves." "Ben love a sister of yours? My God! How? When first? Where? And how came you to meet him?" "That chapter of accidents need not be recounted. Can you help him?" "What can I do?" he said roughly. "There is little love between us. You know what a devil's household ours is. But he is one of us. He is afraid." "Of what?" "Of mother, of our antecedents, of himself." "I could not expect you to speak well of him." "Of course not. Your sister has no fortune?" "She has not. Men whose merchandise is ships are apt to die bankrupt." "Your father is a merchant?" "Even at that the greatest of his name." "We are all tied up, you know. Ben's allowance is smaller than mine. He is easy about money, therefore he is pa's favorite." "Why do you not help yourselves?" "Do you think so? You have not known us long. Have you influenced Ben to help himself?" I marched down the hill without reply. For passing Mrs. Hepburn's, he said, "My grandfather was an earl's son." "Mrs. Hepburn likes you for that. My grandfather was a tailor. I should have told her so, when she gave me the aquamarine jewels." "Had you the courage?" "I forgot both the fact and the courage." I hurried along, for it grew dark, and presently saw Ben on the steps of the house. "Have you been walking?" he asked. "It looks so, yes, with me," answered Desmond. "Won't you give me thanks for attention to your friend?" "It must have been a whim of Cassandra's." "Break her of her whims, if you can." "I will." We went into the parlor together. "Where do you think I have been?" Ben asked. "Where?" "For the doctor. The baby is sick." And he looked hard at Desmond. "I hope it will live for years and years," I said. "I know what you are at, Ben," said Desmond. "I have wished the brat dead, but upon my soul I have a stronger wish than that. I have forgotten it." There was no falseness in his voice. He spoke the truth. "Forgive me, Des." "No matter about that," he answered, sauntering off. I felt happier. That spark of humanity warmed me. I might not have another. "I would," I said, "that the last day, the last moments of my visit had come. You will see me henceforth in Surrey. I will live and die there." "To night," Ben said, "I am going to tell Pa." "That is best." "Horrible atmosphere." "It would kill Verry." "You thrive on it," he said, with a spice of irritation in his voice. "Thrive." Adelaide and Ann proved gracious over my gift. They were talking of the doctor's visit. Ann said the child was teething, for she had felt its gums. Nothing else was the matter. There need be no apprehension. She should say so to Desmond and Ben, and would post a letter to her brother in unknown parts. "Miss Hiticutt has sent for us to come over to tea," Adelaide informed me. The black silk I wore would do, for we must go at once. The quiet, formal evening was a pleasant relief, although I was troubled with a desire to inform Mrs. Somers of Ben's engagement, for the sake of exasperating her. We came home too early for bed, Adelaide said. Besides, she had music hunger. I must sing. Mrs. Somers was by the fire, darning fine napkins, winking over her task, maintaining in her aspect the determination to avert any danger of a midnight interview with Desmond. That gentleman was at present sleeping on a sofa. I seated myself before the piano, wondering whether he slept from wine, ennui, or to while away the time till I should come. I touched the keys softly, waiting for an interpreting voice, and half unconsciously sang the lines of Schiller. "I hear the sound of music, and the halls are full of light. Who are the revelers?" Desmond made an inarticulate noise and sprang up, as if in answer to a call. A moment after, he stepped quietly over the back of the sofa and stood bending over me. I looked up. His eyes were clear, his face alive with intuition. Though Adelaide was close by, she was oblivious. Her eyes were cast upward, and her fingers lay languid in her lap. Ann, more lively, introduced a note here and there into my song to her own satisfaction. Mrs. Somers I could not see, but I stopped, and giving the music stool a turn, faced her. She met me with her pale, opaque stare, and began to swing her foot over her knee. Her slipper, already down at her heel, fell off. I picked it up in spite of her negative movement, and hung it on the foot again. "I shall speak with you presently," she whispered, glancing at Desmond. He heard her, and his face flashed with the instinct of sport, which made me ashamed of any desire for a struggle with her. "Good night," I said abruptly, turning away. "We are all sleepy, except for this exemplary housewife with her napkins," cried Ann. "We will leave her." "Cassandra," said Adelaide, when we were on the stairs, "how well you look!" Ann, elevating her candle, remarked my eyes shone like a cat's. "Hiticutt's tea was too strong," added Adelaide. "It dilates the pupils. I am sorry you are going away," and she kissed me. This favor would have moved me at any other time, but now I rejoiced to see her depart and leave me alone. I sat down by the toilet table, and was arranging some bottles, when Mrs. Somers rustled in. Out of breath, she began haughtily, "What do you mean?" A lethargic feeling crept over me. My thoughts wandered. I never spoke nor stirred till she pulled my sleeve violently. "If you touch me, it will rouse me. Did a child of yours ever inflict a blow upon you?" She turned purple with rage, looming up before my vision like a peony. "When are you going home?" I counted aloud. Sunday, Monday, and stopped at Wednesday. "Ben is going back with me." "He may go." "And not Desmond?" "Do you know Desmond?" "Not entirely." "He has played with such toys as you are, and broken them." "Alas, he is hereditarily cruel." "Could I expect not to be broken?" She caught up a glass goblet as if to throw it, but only grasped it so tight that it shivered. "There goes one of the Pickersgills' treasures, I am sure," I thought. "I am already scarred, you see. I have been nurtured in convulsions." The action seemed to loosen her speech, but she had to nerve herself to say what she intended. For some reason or other, she could not remain as angry as she wished. What she said, I will not repeat. "Madam, I have no plans. If I have a purpose, it is formless yet. If God saves us, what can you do?" She made a gesture of contempt. "You have no soul to thank me for what may be my work," and I opened the door. Ben stood on the threshold. "In God's name, what is this?" I pointed to his mother. She looked uneasy, and stepping forward put her hand on his arm, but he shook her off. "You may call me a fool, Cassandra, for bringing you here," he said, in a bitter voice, "besides calling me cruel for subjecting you to these ordeals. I knew how it would be with mother. What is it, madam?" he asked imperiously, looking so much like her that I shuddered. "It is not you she is after," she hotly exclaimed. "No, I should think not," and he led her out swiftly. I heard Mrs. Somers say at breakfast, as I went in, "We are to lose Miss Cassandra on Wednesday." I looked at Desmond, who was munching toast abstractedly. He made a motion for me to take the chair beside him, which I obeyed. Ben saw this movement, and an expression of pain passed over his face. At that instant I remembered that Desmond's being seen in the evening and in the morning was a rare occurrence. Mr. Somers took up the remark of Mrs. Somers where she had left it, and expatiated on it until breakfast was over, so courteously and so ramblingly that I was convinced the affair Ben had at heart had been revealed. He invited me to go to church, and he spent the whole of the evening in the parlor, and although Desmond hovered near me all day and all evening, we had no opportunity of speaking to each other. Chapter 32. Of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. On Tuesday morning, Adelaide set out invitations to a farewell entertainment, as she called it, for Tuesday evening. Mrs. Somers, affecting great interest in it, engaged my services in wiping the dust from glass and china, too valuable, she said, for servants to handle. We spent a part of the morning in the dining room and pantry. Ann was with us. If she went out, Mrs. Somers was silent. When present, she chatted. While we were busy, Desmond came in riding trousers and a whip in hand. "What nonsense!" he said, touching my hand with the whiplash. "Will you ride with me after dinner?" "I must have the horses at 3 o'clock," said his mother, "to go to Mrs. Flint's funeral. She was a family friend, you know." The funeral could not be postponed, even for Desmond. But he grew ill humored at once, swore at Murphy, who was packing a waiter at the sideboard, for rattling the plates, called Ann a minx because she laughed at him, and bit a cigar to pieces because he could not light it. Rash had followed him, his nose against his velveteens, in entreaty to go with him. I was pleased at this sign of amity between them. At a harder push than common, he looked down and kicked him away. "Noble creature," I said, "try your whip on him. Rash, go to your master." And I opened the door. Two smaller dogs, Desmond's property, made a rush to come in, but I shut them out, whereat they whined so loudly that Mrs. Somers was provoked to attack him for bringing his dogs in the house. An altercation took place, and was ended by Desmond declaring that he was on his way after a bitch terrier to bring it home. He went out, giving me a look from the door, which I answered with a smile that made him stamp all the way through the hall. Mrs. Somers' feelings, as she heard him, peeped out at me. Groaning in spirit, I finished my last saucer, and betook myself to my room and read, till summoned by Mrs. Somers to a consultation respecting the furniture coverings. Desmond came home, but spoke to no one, hovering in my vicinity as on the day before. In the afternoon, Adelaide and I went in the carriage to make calls upon those we did not expect to see in the evening. She wrote P.P.C. on my cards, and laughed at the idea of paying farewell visits to strangers. The last one was made to Mrs. Hepburn. A soft melancholy crept over me when I entered the room where I had met Desmond last. We should probably not see each other alone again. Mrs. Somers' policy to that effect would be a success, for I should make no opposition to it. Not a word of my feelings could I speak to Mrs. Hepburn. Adelaide was there, provided I had the impulse, and Mrs. Hepburn would be the last to forgive me should I make the conventional mistake of a scene or an aside. This old lady had taught me something. I went to the window, curious to know whether any nerve of association would vibrate again. Nothing stirred me. The machinery which had agitated and controlled me was effete. Mrs. Hepburn said, as we were taking leave, "If you come to Belem next year, and I am above the sod, I invite you to pass a month with me. Let it be in the summer. I ride then, and I should like you for a companion." She might have seen irresolution in me, for she added quickly, "You need not promise. Let time decide," and shook my hands kindly. "Hep is smitten with you, in her selfish way," Adelaide remarked, as we rode from the door. She ordered the coachman to drive home by the Leslie house, which he wanted me to see. A great aunt had lived and died there, leaving the house, one of the oldest in Belem, to her brother Ned. "Who is he like?" "Desmond, but worse. There's only a year's difference in their ages. They were educated together, kept in the nursery till they were great boys and tyrants, and then sent abroad. They were in Amiens 3 years. There are Desmond and Ben. They are walking in the street we are passing." She looked out. "They are quarreling, I dare say. Ben is a prig, and preaches to Des." While we were in the house, and Adelaide talked with the old servant of her aunt, my thoughts were occupied with Desmond. What had they quarreled on? Desmond was pale and laughed, but Ben was red and looked angry. "Why do you look at me so fixedly?" Adelaide asked, when we were in the carriage again. It was on my tongue to say, "Because I am beset." I did not, however. Instead, I asked her if she ever noticed what rigid look people wore in their best bonnets, and holding a card case. She said, "Yes," and shook out her handkerchief, as if to correct her own rigidity. After an early tea, she compelled me to sing, and we delayed dressing until Mrs. Somers bloomed in, with a purple satin and feather headdress. "Now we must go," she said, "and get ready." "What shall you wear?" Mrs. Somers asked, advising a certain ugly claret-colored silk. "Be sure not," said Adelaide, on the stairs. "That dress makes your hair too yellow." I heard loud laughing in the 3rd story, and heavy steps, while I was in my room. And when I went down, I saw 2 gentlemen in evening dress standing by Desmond at the piano, singing "Fill, fill the sparkling brimmer." They were, as Ann informed me, college friends of Des, who had arrived for a few days' visit, she supposed. Disagreeable persons, of course. They were often in Belem to ride, fish, or play billiards. "Pa hates them," she said in conclusion. Mr. Somers, entering at this moment, in his diplomatique style, his gouty white hands shaded with wristbands, and his throat tied with a white cravat, appeared to contradict her assertion. He was so affable in his salutations to the young men. Desmond turned from the piano when he heard his father's voice, and caught sight of me. He started toward me, but his attention was claimed by one of the gentlemen, who had been giving me a prolonged stare, and he dropped back on his seat, with an indifferent air, answering some question relating to myself. He looked as when I first saw him, flushed, haughty, and bored. His hair and dress were disordered, his boots splashed with mud, and it was evident that he did not intend to appear at the party. Adelaide called me to remain by her, but I slipped away when I thought no more would arrive, and sought a retired corner, to which Mr. Somers brought Desmond's friends, introducing them as the sons of his college chums, and leaving them, one lolling against the mantel, the other over the back of a chair. They were muzzy with drink, and seemed to grow warm, as I looked from one to the other, with an attentive air. "You are visiting in Belem," said one. "That is true," I replied. "It is too confoundedly aristocratic for me. It knocks Beacon Street into nothingness." "Where is Beacon Street?" "You don't know that? Nor the Mall?" "No." Our conversation was interrupted by Ben, whom I had not seen since the day before. He had been out of town, transacting some business for his father. We looked at each other without speaking, but divined each other's thoughts. "You are as true and noble as I think you are, Cassy. I must have it so. You shall not thwart me." "Faithful and good Ben, do you pass a sufficiently strict examination upon yourself? Are you not disposed to carry through your own ideas without considering me?" Whatever our internal comments were, we smiled upon each other with the sincerity of friendship, and I detected Mr. Digby in the act of elevating his eyebrows at Mr. Devereaux, who signified his opinion by telegraphing back, "It is all over with them." "Hey, Somers," said the first, "what are you doing nowadays?" "Pretty much the same work as I have always had on hand." "Do you mean stick to Belem?" "No." "I thought so. But what has come over Des lately? He is spoony." "He is going backward, maybe, to some course he omitted in his career with you fellows. We must run the same round somehow, you know." "He'll not find much reason for it when he arrives," Mr. Devereaux said. Miss Munster joined us, with the intention of breaking up our conclave, and soon moved away, with Mr. Digby and Devereaux in her train. "I have changed my mind," said Ben, "about going home with you." "Are your plans growing complicated again?" "Can you go to Surrey alone?" "Why not, pray?" "I have an idea of going to Switzerland to spend the summer. Will Veronica be ready in the autumn?" "How can I answer? Shall you not take leave of her?" "Perhaps. Yes, I must," he said excitedly. "But to morrow we will talk more about it. I shall go to Boston with you. Pa is going too. How well you look to night, Cassy! What sort of dress is this?" taking up a fold of it. "Is it cotton silk or silk cotton? It is soft and light. How delicate you are, with your gold hair and morning glory eyes." "How poetical! My dress is new, and was made by Adelaide's dressmaker." "Mother beckons me. What a headdress that is of hers!" "What beckons you to go to Switzerland?" I mused. I listened for Desmond's voice, which would have sounded like a silver bell in the loud, coarse buzz which pervaded the rooms. All the women were talking shrill, and the men answering in falsetto. He was not among them, and I moved to and fro unnoticed, for the tide of entertainment had set in, and I could withdraw if I chose. I took a chair near an open door, commanded a view into a small room on the other side of the hall, opened only on occasions like these. There was no one in it. Perceiving that my shoelace was untied, I stooped to refasten it, and when I looked in the room again, saw Desmond standing under the chandelier, his hands in his pockets, his eyes on the floor, his hair disordered and falling over his forehead. Its blackness was intense against the relief of the crimson wallpaper. Was it that which had unaccountably changed his appearance? He raised his head, looked across the hall, and saw me. "Come here," he signaled. I rose like an automaton, and cast an involuntary glance about me. The guests were filing through the drawing room into the room where refreshments were laid. When the last had gone, I left the friendly protection of the niche by the fireplace, and stood so near him that I saw his nostrils quiver. Then there came into his face an expression of pain, which softened it. I had wished him to please me. Now I wished to please him. It seemed he had no intention of speaking, and that he had called me to him to witness a struggle which I must find a key to hereafter, in the depths of my own heart. I watched him in silence, and it passed. As he pushed the door to with his foot, the movement caused something to swing and glitter against his breast. A ring on his watch ribbon, smaller than I could wear, a woman's ruby ring. The small, feminine imp who abides with those who have beams in their eyes, and helps them to extract motes from the eyes of others, inspired me. I pointed to the ring. Dropping his eyes, he said, "I loved her shamefully, and she loved me shamefully. When shall I take it off? Cursed sign!" And he snapped it with his thumb and finger. I grew rigid with virtue. "You may not conjure up any tragic ideas on the subject. She is no outcast. She is here to night. If there was ruin, it was mutual." "And your other faults?" "Ah," he said, with a terrible accent, "we shall see." There was a tap on the door. It was Ben's. I fell back a step, and he came in. "Will you bring Cassandra into the supper room?" he said, turning pale. "No." "Come with me, then; you must." And he put my arm in his. "Hail and farewell, Cassandra," said Desmond, standing before the door. "Give me your hand." I gave him both my hands. He kissed one, and then the other, and moved to let us pass out. But Ben did not go. He fumbled for his handkerchief to wipe his forehead, on which stood beads of sweat. "Allons, Ben," I said. Go on," said Desmond, holding the door wide open. A painful curiosity made me anxious to discover the owner of the ruby ring. The friendly but narrow-minded imp I have spoken of composed speeches, with which I might assail her, should she be found. I looked in vain at every woman present. There was not a sorrowful or guilty face among them. Another feeling took the place of my curiosity. I forgot the woman I was seeking, to remember the love I bore Desmond. I was mad for the sight of him, mad to touch his hand once more. I could have put the asp on my breast to suck me to sleep, as Cleopatra did, but Caesar was in the way. He stayed by me till the lights were turned down. Digby and Devereaux were commenting on Desmond's disappearance, and Mrs. Somers was politely yawning, waiting their call for candles. "If you are to accompany me, Ben," I said, "now is the time." And he slipped out. He preserved a determined silence. I shook him and said, "Veronica." He put his hand over my mouth with an indignant look, which was lost upon me, for I whispered in his ear, "Do you know that I love Desmond?" "Will you bring him into our paradise?" "Where?" "Our home in Surrey." "Won't an angel with a flaming sword make it piquant?" "If you marry Desmond Somers," he said austerely, "you will contradict 3 lives, yours, mine, and Veronica's. What beast was it that suggested this horrible discord? Have you so much passion that you cannot discern the future you offer yourself?" "Imperator, you have an agreeable way of putting things, but they are coming through the hall. Good night." Chapter 33 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 33. At 11 o'clock the next day I was ready for departure. All stood by the open hall door, criticizing Murphy's strapping of my trunks on a hack. Messrs. Digby and Devereux, in black satin scarfs, hung over the step railings. Mrs. Somers, Adelaide, and Ann were within the door. Mr. Somers and Ben were already on the walk, waiting for me, so I went through the ceremony of bidding good-by, a ceremony performed with so much cheerfulness on all sides that it was an occasion for well-bred merriment, and I made my exit as I should have made it in a genteel comedy, but with a bitter feeling of mortification. Because of their artificial, willful imperturbability, I was forced to oppose them with manners copied after their own. I looked from the carriage window for a last view of my room. The chambermaid was already there, and had thrown open the shutters to let in daylight upon the scene of the most royal dreams I had ever had. The ghost of my individuality would lurk there no longer than the chairs I had placed, the books I had left, the shreds of paper or flowers I had scattered could be moved or swept away. All the way to Boston the transition to my old condition oppressed me. I felt a dreary disgust at the necessity of resuming relations which had no connection with the sentiment that bound me to Belem. After we were settled at the Tremont, while watching a sad waiter engaged in the ceremonial of folding napkins like fans, I discovered an intermediate tone of mind, which gave my thoughts a picturesque tinge. My romance, its regrets and its pleasures, should be set in the frame of the wild sea and shores of Surrey. I invested our isolated house with the dignity of a stage, where the drama, which my thoughts must continually represent, could go on without interruption, and remain a secret I should have no temptation to reveal. Until after the tedious dinner, a complete rainbow of dreams spanned the arc of my brain. Mr. Somers dispersed it by asking Ben to go out on some errand. That was a pretext, I knew by Ben's expression. Therefore, when he had gone, I turned to Mr. Somers an attentive face. First, he circumlocuted. Second, he skirmished. I still waited for what he wished to say, without giving him any aid. He was sure, he said at last, that my visit in his family had convinced me that his children could not vary the destiny imposed upon them by their antecedents, without bringing upon others lamentable consequences. Cunning pa, I commented internally. Had I not seen the misery of unequal marriages? As in a glass, darkly. Doubtless, he went on, I had comprehended the erratic tendency in Ben's character, good and honorable as he was, but impressive and visionary. Did I think so? Quite the contrary. Have you never perceived the method of his visions in an unvarying opposition to those antecedents you boast of? Well. Money, family, influence, are a ding-dong bell which you must weary of, Mr. Somers, sometimes. Ben has disappointed me, I must confess that. My sister is eccentric. Provided she marries him, the family program will be changed. You must lop him from the family tree. He took up a paper, bowed to me with an unvexed air, and read a column or so. It may be absurd, and he looked over his spectacle tops, as if he had found the remark in his paper, for parents to oppose the marriages their children choose to make, and I beg you to understand that I may oppose, not resist, Ben. You know very well, and he dropped the paper in a burst of irritation and candor, that the devil will be to pay with Mrs. Somers, who has a right of dictation in the affair. She does not suspect it. I must say that Ben is mistaking himself again. I think so. I looked upon him with a more friendly countenance. The one rude word he had spoken had a wonderful effect, after the surprise of it was over. The real eyes appeared in his face, and a truthful accent pervaded his voice. I think he was beginning to think that he might confide his perplexities to me on other subjects, when Ben returned. As it was, a friendly feeling had been established between us. He said, in a confidential tone to Ben, as if we were partners in some guilty secret, "You must mention it to your mother; indeed, you must." "You have been speaking with Cassandra in reference to her sister," he answered indifferently. Mr. Somers was chilled in his attempt at a mutual confidence. "Can you raise money if Desmond should marry?" asked Ben. "Enough for both of us?" "Desmond? He will never marry." "It is certainly possible." "You know how I am clogged." I ran for some ice water, and when the waiter brought it, said that it was time to retire. "Now," said Mr. Somers, "I shall give you just such a breakfast as will enable you to travel well. A beefsteak, and old bread made into toast. Don't drink that ice water. Take some wine." I set the glass of ice water down, and declined the wine. Ben elevated his eyebrows, and asked, "What time shall I get up, sir?" "I will call you, so you may sleep untroubled." He opened the door and bade me an affectionate good night. "The coach is ready," a waiter announced, as we finished our breakfast. "We are ready," said Mr. Somers. "I have ordered a packet of sandwiches for you, beef, not ham sandwiches, and here is a flask of wine mixed with water." I thanked him, and tied my bonnet. "Here is a note, also," opening his pocketbook and extricating it, "for your father. It contains our apologies for not accompanying you, and one or two allusions," making an attempt to wink at Ben, which failed, his eyes being unused to such an undignified style of humor. He excused himself from going to the station on account of the morning air, and Ben and I proceeded. In the passage the waiter met us with a paper box. "For you, miss. A florist's boy just left it." I opened it in the coach, and seeing flowers, was about to take them out to show Ben, when I caught sight of the ribbon which tied them. A piece of one of my collar knots I had not missed. Of course the flowers came from Desmond, and half the ribbon was in his possession. The ends were jagged, as if it had been divided with a knife. Instead of taking out the flowers, I showed him the box. "What a curious bouquet," he said. In the cars he put into my hand a jewel box, and a thick letter for Verry, kissed me, and was out of sight. "No vestige but these flowers," uncovering them again. "In my room in Surrey I will take you out." And I shut the box. The clanking of the car wheels revolved through my head in rhythm, excluding thought for miles. Then I looked out at the flying sky. It was almost May. The day was mild and fair. In the hollows, the young grass spread over the earth like a smooth cloth; over the hills and unsheltered fields, the old grass lay like coarse mats. A few birds roved the air in anxiety, for the time of love was at hand, and their nests were not finished. By 12 I arrived at the town where the railroad branched in a direction opposite the road to Surrey, and where a stage was waiting for its complement of passengers from the cars. I was the only lady aboard, as one of the passengers intelligently remarked, when we started. They were desirable companions, for they were gruff to each other, and silent to me. We rode several miles in a state of unadjustment, and then yielded to the sedative qualities of a stage coach. I lunched on my sandwiches, thanking Mr. Somers for his forethought, though I should have preferred them of ham instead of beef. When I took a sip from my flask, two men looked surprised, and spat vehemently out of the windows. I offered it to them. They refused it, saying they had what was needful at the depot saloon, conducted on the strictest temperance principles. Those principles are cruel, provided travelers ever have colic, or diversion to depot tea and coffee, I said. There was silence for the space of 15 minutes. Then one of them turned and said, "You have a good head, marm." "Too good?" "Forgetful, maybe." I bowed, not wishing to prolong the conversation. "Your circulation is too rapid," he continued. The man on the seat with him now turned round, and examining me, informed me that electricity would be first rate for me. "Shoo," he replied, "it's a humbug." I was forgotten in the discussion which followed, and which lasted till our arrival at a village where one of them resided. He left, telling us he was a "nat'ral bone setter." One by one the passengers left the stage, and for the last 5 miles I was alone. I beguiled the time by elaborating a multitude of trivial opinions, suggested by objects I saw along the roadside, till the old and new church spires of Surrey came in sight, and the curving lines at either end of the ascending shores. We reached the point in the north road, where the ground began its descent to the sea, and I hung from the window to see all the village roofs humble before it. The streets and dwellings looked as insignificant as those of a toy village. I perceived no movement in it, heard no hum of life. At a crossroad, which would take the stage into the village without its passing our house, a whim possessed me. I would surprise them at home, and go in at the back door while they were expecting to hear the stage. The driver let me out, and I stood in the road till he was out of sight. A breeze blew round me, penetrating, but silent. The fields, and the distant houses which dotted them, were asleep in the pale sunshine, undisturbed by it. The crows cawed, and flew over the eastern woods. I walked slowly. The road was deserted. Mrs. Grossman's house was the only one I must pass; its shutters were closed, and the yard was empty. As I drew near home, a violent haste grew upon me, yet my feet seemed to impede my progress. They were like lead. I impelled myself along, as in a dream. Under the protection of our orchard wall, I turned my merino mantle, which was lined with an indefinite color, spread my veil over my bonnet, and bent my shoulders, and passed down the carriage drive by the dining room windows into the stable yard. The rays of sunset struck the lantern panes in the lighthouse, and gave the atmosphere a yellow stain. The pigeons were skimming up and down the roof of the woodhouse, and cooing round the horses that were in the yard. A boy was driving cows into the shed, whistling a lively air. He suspended it when he saw me, but I shook my finger at him, and ran in. Slipping into the side hall, I dropped my bonnet and shawl, and listened at the door for the familiar voices. Mother must be there, as was her wont, and Aunt Merce. Of all them, perhaps, for I had seen nobody on my way. There was no talking within. The last sunset ray struck on my hand its yellow shade, through the fanlight, and faded before I opened the door. I was arrested on the threshold by a silence which rushed upon me, clutching me in a suffocating embrace. Mother was in her chair by the fire, which was out, for the brands were black, and one had fallen close to her feet. A white flannel shawl covered her shoulders; her chin rested on her breast. "She is ill, and has dropped asleep," I thought, thrusting my hands out, through this terrible silence, to break her slumber, and looked at the clock; it was near 7. A door slammed, somewhere upstairs, so loud it made me jump; but she did not wake. I went toward her, confused, and stumbling against the table, which was between us, but reached her at last. Oh, I knew it. She was dead. People must die, even in their chairs, alone. What difference did it make how? An empty cup was in her lap, bottom up. I set it carefully on the mantel shelf above her head. Her handkerchief was crumpled in her nerveless hand. I drew it away and thrust it into my bosom. My gloves tightened my hands as I tried to pull them off, and was tugging at them, when a door opened, and Veronica came in. "She is dead," I said. "I can't get them off. It is false." And she staggered backward, with her hand on her heart, till she fell against the wall. I do not know how long we remained so, but I became aware of a great confusion, cries and exclamations, people were running in and out, Fanny rolled on the floor in hysterics.
"Get up," I said. "I can't move. Help me. Where did Verry go?" She got up and pulled me along. I saw father raise mother in his arms. The dreadful sight of her swaying arms and drooping head made me lose my breath, but Veronica forced me to endurance by clinging to me, and dragging me out of the room and upstairs. She turned the key of the glass door at the head of the passage, not letting go of me. I took her by the arms, placed her in a chair, and closing my window curtains, sat down beside her in the dark. "Where will they carry her?" she asked, shuddering, and putting her fingers in her ears. "How the water splashes on the beach! Is the tide coming in?" She was appalled by the physical horror of death, and asked me incessant questions. "Let us keep her away from the grave," she said. I could not answer, or hear her at last, for sleep overpowered me. I struggled against it in vain. It seemed the greatest good. Let death and judgment come, I must sleep. I threw myself on my bed, and the touch of the pillow sealed my eyes. I started from a dream about something that happened when I was a little child. "Veronica, are you here?" "Mother is dead," she answered. A mighty anguish filled my breast. Mother, her goodness and beauty, her pure heart, her simplicity, I felt them all. I pitied her dead, because she would never know how I valued her. Veronica shed no tears, but sighed heavily. "Duty," sounded through her sighs. "Verry, shall I take care of you? I think I can." She shook her head, but presently she stretched her hands in search of my face, kissed it, and answered, "Perhaps. You must go to your own room and rest." "Can you keep everybody from me?" "I will try." Opening her window, she looked out over the earth wistfully, and at the sky, thickly strewn with stars, which revealed her face. We heard somebody coming up the back stairs. "Temperance," said Verry. "Are you in the dark, girls?" she asked, wringing her hands, when she had put down her lamp. "What an awful Providence!" She looked with a painful anxiety at Veronica. "It is all Providence, Temperance, whether we are alive or dead," I said. "Let us let Providence alone." What did I ever leave her for? She wasn't fit to take care of herself. Why, Cassandra Morgeson, you haven't got off all your things yet, and what's this sticking out of your bosom?" "It is her handkerchief." I kissed it, and now Verry began to weep over it, begging me for it. I gave it up to her. "It will kill your father." I had not thought of him. "It's most 9 o'clock. Sofrony Beals is here. She lays out beautifully." "No, no, don't let anybody touch her," shrieked Verry. "No, they shan't. Come into the kitchen. You must have something to eat." I was faint from the want of food, and when Temperance prepared us something I ate heartily. Veronica drank a little milk, but would taste nothing. Aunt Merce, who had been out to tea, Temperance said, came into the kitchen. "My poor girl, I have not seen you," embracing me, half blind with crying. "How pale you are! How sunken! Keep up as well as you can. I little thought that the worthless one of us two would be left to suffer. Go to your father as soon as possible." "Drink this tea right now, Mercy," said Temperance, holding a cup before her. "There isn't much to eat in the house, of all times in the world to be without good victuals. What could Hepsy have meant?" "Poor old soul," Aunt Merce replied. "She is quite broken. Fanny had to help her upstairs." The kitchen door opened, and Temperance's husband, Abram, came in. "Good Lord," she said, in an irate voice, "have you come too? Did you think I couldn't get home to get your breakfast?" She hung the kettle on the fire again, muttering too low for him to hear. "Some folks could be spared better than other folks." Abram shoved back his hat. "The Lord gives and the Lord takes away. But she is a dreadful loss to the poor. There's my poor boy, whose clothes—" "Ain't he the beat 'em of all the men that you ever see?" broke in Temperance, taking to him a large piece of pie, which he took with a short laugh, and sat down to eat. I could not help exchanging a look with Aunt Merce. We both laughed. Veronica, lost in reverie, paid no attention to anything about her. I saw that Temperance suffered. She was perplexed and irritated. "Let Abram stay if he likes," I whispered to her, "and be sure to stay yourself, for you are needed." She brightened with an expression of gratitude. "He is a nuisance," she whispered back; "but as I made a fool of myself, I must be punished according to my folly. I'll stay, you may depend. I'll do everything for you. I vow I am mad that I ever went away." "Have the neighbors gone?" I asked. "There's a couple or so round, and will be, you know. I'll take Verry to bed, and sleep on the floor by her. You go to your father." He was in their bedroom, on the bed. She was lying on a frame of wood, covered with canvas, a kind of bed which went from house to house in Surrey on occasions of sickness or death. "Our last night together has passed," he said, in a tremulous voice, while scanty tears fell from his seared eyes. "The space between then and now, when her arm was round me, when she slept beside me, when I woke from a bad dream, and she talked gently close to my face, till I slept again, is so narrow that I recall it with a sense of reality which agonizes me. It is so immeasurable when I see her there, that I am crushed." If I had any thought of speaking to him, it was gone. And I must go too. Were the hands folded across her breast, where I, also, had slept? Were the blue eyes closed that had watched me there? I should never see. A shroud covered her from all eyes but his now. Till I closed the door upon him, I looked my last farewell. An elderly woman met me as I was going upstairs, and offered me a small packet. It was her hair. "It was very long," she said. I tried in vain to thank her. "I will place it in a drawer for you," she said kindly. CHAPTER 34 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 34. The house was thronged until after the funeral. We sat in state, to be condoled with and waited upon. Not a jot of customary rites was abated, though I am sure the performers thereof had small encouragement. Veronica alone would see no one. Her room was the only one not invaded, for the neighbors took the house into their hands, assisted by that part of the Morgesons who were too distantly related to consider themselves as mourners to be shut up with us. It was put under rigorous funeral law, and inspected from garret to cellar. They supervised all the arrangements. If there were any they did not make, received the guests who came from a distance, and aided their departure. Every child in Surrey was allowed to come in, to look at the dead, with the idle curiosity of childhood. Veronica knew nothing of this. Her course was taken for granted. Mine was imposed upon me. I remonstrated with Temperance, but she replied that it was all well meant, and always done. I endured the same annoyances over and over again, from relays of people. Bedtime especially was their occasion. I was not allowed to undress alone. I must have drinks, either to compose or stimulate. I must have something read to me. I must be watched when I slept, or I must be kept awake to give advice or to be told items of news. All the while, like a chorus, they reiterated the character, the peculiarities, the virtues of the mother I had lost, who could never be replaced, who was in a better world. However, I was, in a measure, kept from myself during this interval. The matter is often subservient to the manner. Arthur's feelings were played upon also. He wept often, confiding to me his grief and his plans for the future. "If people would die at the age of 77, things would go well," he said, "for everybody must expect to die then. The Bible says so." He informed me also that he expected to be an architect, and that mother liked it. He had an idea, which he had imparted to her, of an arch. It must be made of black marble, with gold veins, and ought to stand in Egypt, with the word Pandemonium on it. The kitchen was the focus of interest to him, for meals were prepared at all hours for comers and goers. Temperance told me that the mild and indifferent mourners were fond of good victuals, and she thought their hearts were lighter than their stomachs when they went away. She presided there and wrangled with Fanny, who seemed to have lost her capacity for doing anything steadily, except, as Temperance said, where father was concerned. "It's a pity she isn't his dog. She might keep at his feet then. I found her crying awfully yesterday, because he looked so grief struck." Aunt Merce was engaged with a dressmaker, and with the orders for bonnets and veils. She discussed the subject of the mourning with the Morgesons. I acquiesced in all her arrangements, for she derived a simple comfort from these external tokens. Veronica refused to wear the bonnet and veil, and the required bombazine. Bombazine made her flesh crawl. Why should she wear it? Mother hated it too, for she had never worn out the garments made for Grand'ther Warren. "She's a bigger child than ever," Temperance remarked, "and must have her way." "Do you think the border on my cap is too deep?" Aunt asked Merce, coming into my room dressed for the funeral. "No." "The cap is from Miss Nye in Milford. She says they wear them so. I could have made it myself for half the price. Shall you be ready soon? I'm going to put on my bonnet. The yard is full of carriages already." Somebody handed me gloves. My bonnet was tied, a handkerchief given to me, and the door opened. In the passage I heard a knocking from Veronica's room, and crossed to learn what she wanted. "Is this like her?" she asked, showing me a drawing. "How could you have done this?" "Because I have tried. Is it like?" "Yes, the idea." But what a picture she had attempted to make! Mother's shadowy face serenely looked from a high, small window, set in clouds, like those which gather over the sun when it "draws water." It was closely pressed to the glass, and she was regarding dark, indefinite creatures below it, which Veronica could either not or would not shape. "Keep it, but don't work on it any more." And I put it away. She was wan and languid, but collected. "I see you are ready. Somebody must bury the dead. Go. Will the house be empty?" "Yes." "Good, I can walk through it once more. The dead must be buried, that is certain. But why should it be certain that I must be the one to do it?" "You think I can go through with it, then?" "I have set your behavior down to your will." "You might be right. Perhaps mother was always right about me too. She was against me." She looked at me with a timidity and an apprehension that made my heart bleed. "I think we might kiss each other now," she said. I opened my arms, holding her against my breast so tightly that she drew back, but kissed my cheek gently, and took from her pocket a flaçon of salts, which she fastened to my belt by its little chain, and said again, "Go," but recalling me, said, "One more thing. I will never lose my temper with you again." The landing stair was full of people. I locked the door and took out the key. The stairs were crowded. All made way for me with a silent respect. Aunt Merce, when she saw me, put her hand on an empty chair, beside father, who sat by the coffin. Those passages in the Bible which contain the beautifully poetic images relating to the going of man to his long home were read, and to my ear they seemed to fall on the coffin in dull strife with its inmate, who mutely contradicted them. A discourse followed, which was calculated to harrow the feelings to the utmost. Arthur began to cry so nervously that some considerate friend took him out, and Aunt Merce wept so violently that she grew faint and caught hold of me. I gave her the flaçon of salts, which revived her, but I felt as father looked, stern and anxious to escape the unprofitable trial. As the coffin was taken out to the hearse, my heart twisted and palpitated, as if a command had been laid upon it to follow and not leave her. But I was imprisoned in the cage of life. The keeper would not let me go. Her he had let loose. We were still obliged to sit an intolerable while, till all present had passed before her for the last time. When the hearse moved down the street, father, Arthur, and I were called, and assisted in our own chaise, as if we were helpless. The reins were put in father's hands, and the horse was led behind the hearse. At last the word was given, and the long procession began to move through the street, which was deserted. A cat ran out of a house, and scampered across the way. Arthur laughed, and father jumped nervously at the sound of his laugh. The graveyard was a mile outside the village. A sandy plain, where a few stunted pines, transplanted from the woods near it, struggled to keep alive. As we turned from the street into the lane which led to it, and rode up a little hill where the sand was so deep that it muffled the wheels and feet of the horses, the whole round of the gray sky was visible. It hung low over us. I wished it to drop and blot out the vague nothings under it. We left the carriage at the palings and walked up the narrow path, among the mounds, where every stone was marked Morgeson. Some so old that they were stained with blotches of yellow moss, slanting backward and forward in protest against the folly of indicating what was no longer beneath them. The mounds were covered with mats of scanty, tangled grass, and here and there a rank spot of green. I was tracing the shapes of one of those green patches when I felt father's arm tremble. I shut my eyes, but could not close my ears to the sound of the spadeful of sand which fell on the coffin. It was over. We must leave her to the creatures Veronica had seen. I looked upward, to discern the shadowy reflection behind the gray haze of cloud, where she might have paused a moment on her eternal journey to the eternal world of souls. It was the custom, and father took his hat off to thank his friends for their sympathy and attention. His lips moved, but no words were audible. The procession moved down the path again. Arthur's hand was in mine. He stamped his feet firmly on the sand, as if to break the oppressive silence which no one seemed disposed to disturb. The same ceremonies were performed in starting us homeward, by the same person, who let go the reins and lifted his hat as we passed, as the final token of attention and respect. The windows were open. A wind was blowing through the house. The furniture was set in order, the doors were thrown back, and not a soul was there when we went in. The duties of friendship and tradition had been fulfilled. The neighbors had gone home to their avocations. For the public, the tragedy was over. All speculation on the degree of our grief or our indifference was settled. We could take off our mourning garments and our mourning countenance, now that we were alone, or we could give way to that anguish we were afraid and ashamed to show, except before the one above human emotion. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 35. Temperance stayed to the house cleaning. It was lucky, she could not help saying, as house cleaning must always be done after a funeral, that it should have happened at the regular cleaning time. She went back to her own house as soon as it was over. Father drove to Milford as usual. Arthur resumed his school, and Aunt Merce, who had at first busied herself in looking over her wardrobe, and selecting from it what she thought could be dyed, folded it away.
She passed hours in mother's room, from which father had fled, crying over her Bible, looking in her boxes and drawers to feed her sorrow with the sight of familiar things, alternating those periods with her old occupation of looking out of the windows. In regard to myself and Veronica, she evinced a distress at the responsibility which, she feared, must rest on her. Veronica, dark and silent, played such heart-piercing strains that father could not bear to hear her, so when she played, for he dared not ask her to desist, he went away. To me she had scarcely spoken since the funeral. She wore the same dress every day, one of black silk, and a small black mantle, pinned across her bosom. Soon the doors began to open and shut after their old fashion, and people came and went as of old on errands of begging and borrowing. At the table we felt a sense of haste. Instead of lingering, as was our wont, we separated soon, with an indifferent air, as if we were called by business, not sent away by sorrow. But if our eyes fell on a certain chair, empty against the wall, a cutting pang was felt, which was not at all concealed, for there were sudden breaks in our commonplace talk, which diverged into wandering channels, betraying the tension of feeling. Many weeks passed, through which I endured an aching, aimless melancholy. My thoughts continually drifted through the vacuum in our atmosphere, and returned to impress me with a disbelief in the enjoyment, or necessity of keeping myself employed with the keys of an instrument, which, let me strike ever so cunningly, it was certain I could never obtain mastery over. One day I went to walk by the shore for the first time since my return. When I set my foot on the ground, the intolerable light of the brilliant day blazed through me. I was luminously dark, for it blinded me. Picking my way over the beach, left bare by the tide, with my eyes fixed downward till I could see, I reached the point between our house and the lighthouse, and turned toward the sea, inhaling its cool freshness. I climbed out to a flat, low rock on the point. It was dry in the sun, and the weeds hanging from its sides were black and crisp. I put my woolen shawl on it, and stretched myself along its edge. Little pools meshed from the sea by the numberless rocks round me engrossed my attention. How white and pellucid was the shallow near me! No shadow but the shadow of my face bending over it, nothing to ripple its surface but my imperceptible breath. By and by a bunch of knotted wrack floated in from the outside, and lodged in a crevice. A minute creature with fringed feet darted from it and swam across it. After the knotted wrack came the fragment of a green and silky substance, delicate enough to have been the remnant of a web, woven in the palace of Circe. There must be a current, I thought, which sends them here, and I watched in the inlet for other waifs, but nothing more came. I like bubbles rose from among the fronds of the knotted wrack, and, sailing on uncertain voyages, broke one by one and were wrecked to nothingness. The last vanished. The pool showed me the motionless shadow of my face again, on which I pondered, till I suddenly became aware of a slow internal oscillation, which increased till I felt in a strange tumult. I put my hand in the pool and troubled its surface. "Hail, Cassandra, hail!" I sprang up the highest rock on the point, and looked seaward, to catch a glimpse of the flying spirit who had touched me. My soul was brought in poise, and quickened with the beauty before me. The wide, shimmering plain of sea, its aerial blue, stretching beyond the limits of my vision in one direction, upbearing transverse, cloud-like islands in another, varied and shadowed by shore and sky, mingled its essence with mine. The wind was coming. Under the far horizon the mass of waters began to undulate. Dark, spear-like clouds rose above it and menaced the east. The speedy wind tossed and teased the sea nearer and nearer, till I was surrounded by a gulf of milky green foam. As the tide rolled in, I retreated, stepping back from rock to rock, round which the waves curled and hissed, baffled in their attempt to climb over me. I stopped on the verge of the tide mark. The sea was seeking me, and I must wait. It gave tongue as its lips touched my feet, roaring in the caves, falling on the level beaches with a mad, boundless joy. "Have then at life!" my senses cried. "We will possess its longing silence, rifle its waiting beauty. We will rise up in its light and warmth, and cry, 'Come, for we wait!' Its roar, its beauty, its madness, we will have all." I turned and walked swiftly homeward, treading the ridges of white sand, the black drifts of seaweed as if they had been a smooth floor. Aunt Merce was at the door. "Now," she said, "we're going to have the long May storm. The gulls are flying around the lighthouse. How high the tide is! You must want your dinner. I wish you would see to Fanny. She is lording it over us all." "Yes, yes, I will do it. You may depend on me. I will reign, and serve also." "Oh, Cassandra, can you give up yourself?" "I must, I suppose. Confound the spray, it is flying against the windows. Come in. Your hair is wet, and your shawl is wringing. Now for a cold." "I shall never have any more colds, Aunt Merce. Never mean to have anything to myself, entirely, you know." "You do me good, you dear girl. I love you." And she began to cry. "There's nothing but cold ham and boiled rice for your dinner." "What time is it?" "Near 3." I opened the door of the dining room. The table was laid, and I walked round it on a tour of inspection. "I thought you might as well have your dinner all at once," said Fanny, by the window, with her feet tucked up on the rounds of her chair. "Here it is." "I perceive. Who arranged it?" "Me and Patty Margaret." "How many tablecloths have we?" "Plenty. I thought as you didn't seem to care about any regular hours for dinner, and made us all wait, I needn't be particular. Besides, I'm not the waiter, you know." She had set on the dishes used in the kitchen. I pulled off the cloth at all. The dishes crashed, of course, and sat down on the floor, picking up the remains of my repast. "What will Mr. Morgeson say?" she asked, turning very red. "Shall you clear away this rubbish by the time he comes home?" "Why, I mustn't I?" "I hope so. Where's Veronica?" "She has been gone since 12. Sam carried her to Temperance's house." I continued my meal. Fanny brought a chair for me, which I did not take. I scarcely tasted what I ate. A wall had risen up suddenly before me, which divided me from my dreams. I was inside it, on a prosaic domain I must henceforth be confined to. The unthought of result of mother's death, disorganization, began to show itself. The individuality which had kept the weakness and faults of our family life in abeyance must have been powerful, and I had never recognized it. I attempted to analyze this influence, so strong yet so invisibly produced. I thought of her mildness, her dreamy habits, her indifference, and her incapacity of comprehending natures unlike her own. Would endowment of character explain it? That faculty which we could not change, give or take. Character was a mysterious and indestructible fact, and a fact that I had had little respect for. Upon what a false basis I had gone, a basis of extremes. I had seen men as trees walking. That was my experience. "You'll choke yourself with that dry bread," exclaimed Fanny, really concerned at my abstraction. "Where is my trunk? Did you unlock it?" "I took from it what you needed at the time, but it is not unpacked, and it is in the upper hall closet." She was picking up the broken delft meekly. "Did you see a small bag I brought? And where's my satchel? Good heavens, what has made me put off that letter so? For I have thought of it, and yet I have kept it back." "It is safe in your closet, Miss Cassandra, and the box is there." "Aunt Merce," I called, "will you have nothing to eat?" She laughed hysterically when she saw what I had done. "Where is Hepsey, Aunt Merce?" "She goes to bed after dinner, you know, for an hour or two." "She must go from here." "Oh," they both chorused, "what for?" "She is too old." "She has money, and a good house," said Aunt Merce, "if she must go. I wonder how Mary stood it so long." "Turn 'em off," said Fanny, "when they grow useless." Aunt Merce reddened, and looked hurt. "I shall keep you. Look sharp now, after your own disinterestedness." I wanted to go to my room, as I thought it time to arrange my trunks and boxes. Besides, I needed rest, the sad luxury of reaction. But word was brought to the house that Arthur had disappeared, in company with two boys notorious for mischief. His teacher was afraid they might have put out to sea in a crazy sailboat. We were in a state of alarm till dusk, when father came home, bringing him, having found him on the way to Milford. Veronica had not returned. It stormed violently, and father was vexed because a horse must be sent through the storm for her. At last I obtained the asylum of my room, in an irritable frame of mind, convinced that such would be my condition each day. Composure came with putting my drawers and shelves in order. The box, with Desmond's flowers, I threw into the fire without opening it, ribbon and all, for I could not endure the sight of them. I unfolded the dresses I had worn on the occasions of my meeting him. Even the collars and ribbons I had adorned myself with were conned with jealous, greedy eyes. In looking at them all other remembrances connected with my visit vanished. The handkerchief scented with roses, which I found in the pocket of the dress I had worn when I met him at Mrs. Hepburn's, made me childish. I was holding it when Veronica entered, bringing with her an atmosphere of dampness. "Violet, I like it. There is not one blooming yet, Temperance says. Why are they so late? There's only this pitiful snake grass," holding up a bunch of drooping, pale blossoms. "Oh, Verry, can you forgive me? I did not forget these, but I felt the strangest disinclination to look them up." And I gave her the jewel box and letter. She seized them, and opened the box first. Child Verry. I never was a child, you know, but I am always trying to find my childhood. She took a necklace from the box, composed of a single string of small, beautiful pearls, from which hung an egg-shaped amethyst of pure violet. She fastened the necklace round her throat. "It is as lucent as the moon," she said, looking down at the amethyst, which shed a watery light. "I wish you had given it to me before." Breaking the seal of the letter, with a twist of her mouth at the coat of arms impressed upon it, she shook out the closely written pages, and saying, "There is a volume," began reading. "It is very good," she observed at the end of the first page, "a regular composition," and went on with an air of increasing interest. "How does he look?" she asked, stopping again. "As if he longed to see you." Her eyes went in quest of him so far that I thought they must be startled by a sudden vision. "How did you find his family?" "Not like him much." "I knew that. He would not have loved me so suddenly had I not been wholly unlike any woman he had known. His character is individual. I should know that from his influence upon you." She looked at me wistfully, smoothed my hair with her cool hand, and resumed the letter. "He thinks he will not come to Surrey with you. Asks me to tell him my wishes," she repeated rapidly, translating from the original. "What do I think of our future? How shall we propose any change? Will Cassandra describe her visit? Will she tell me that he thinks of going abroad?" She dropped the letter. "What pivot is he swinging on? What is he uncertain about?" There must be more to read. She turned another page. "If I go to Switzerland, I think of going on account of family affairs. When shall I return? My family, of course, expected me to marry in their pale. That is, my mother rather prefers to select a wife for me than that I should do it. But, as you shall never come to Belem, her plans or wishes need make no difference to us. If Cassandra would be to us what she might, how things would clear. Don't you think, my love, that there should be the greatest sympathy between sisters?" I laughed. Verry said she did not like his letter much at all. He evidently thought her incapable of understanding ordinary matters. It was well, though; it made their love idyllic. "Let us speak of matters nearer home. Let us go to my room; the storm is so loud this side of the house. No, you must stay till the walls tremble. Have you seen, Verry, any work for me to do here?" "Everything is changed. I have tried to be as steady as when mother was here, but I cannot. I whirl with a vague idea of liberty. Did she keep the family conscience? Now that she is gone, I feel responsible no more. An idea of responsibility has come to me, what plain people call duty. I do not feel it," she cried mournfully. "I must yield to you, then. You can be good." "I must act so, but help me, Verry. I have contrary desires."
What do they find to feed on? What are they? Have you your evil spirit?
"Yes, a devil named Temperament."
Now teach me, Cassandra.
"Not I. Go and write Ben. Make excuses for my negligence toward you about his letter. Tell him to come. I shall write Alice and Helen this evening. We have been shut off from the world by the gate of death, but we must come back.
One thing you may be sure of, though I shall be no help. I shall never annoy you. I know that my instincts are fine only in a self-centering direction. Yours are different. I shall trust them. Since you have spoken, I perceive the shadows you have raised and must encounter. I retreat before them, admiring your discernment, and placing confidence in your powers. You convince if you do not win me. Who can guess how your every plan and hope of well-doing may be thwarted? Need I say no more?"
Nothing more. She left the room. There would be no antagonism between us, but there would be pain on one side. The distance which had kept us apart was shortened, but not annihilated. What could I expect? The silence and serene currents which flow from souls like Veronica's and Ben's, whose genius is not of the heart, refuse to enter a nature so turbulent as mine. But my destiny must be changed by such. It was taken for granted that my own spirit should not rule me, and with what reward? Any but that of sympathy. But I muttered, "I dimly see my far-off doubtful purpose, as a mother conjectures of the features of her child ere it is born." The house trembled in the fury of the storm. The waves were hoarse with their vain bawling, and the wind shrieked at every crevice of chimney, door, and window. No answering excitement in me now. I had grown older. Chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 36. A few days after, I went to Milford with father to make some purchases. I sought a way to speak to him about the future, intending also to go on with various remarks, but it seemed difficult to begin. Observing him, as he contemplated the road before us, grave and abstracted, I recollected the difference between his age and mother's, and wondered at my blindness, while I compared the old man of my childhood, who existed for the express purpose of making money for the support and pleasure of his family, and to accommodate all its whims, with the man before me, barely 48, without a wrinkle in his firm, ruddy face, and only an occasional white hair, an ambuscade among his fair, curly locks. My exclusive right over him I felt doubtful about. I gave my attention to the road also, and remarked that I thought the season was late. "Yes, why didn't Somers come home with you?" "I hardly know. The matter of the marriage was not settled, nor a plan of spending a summer abroad." "Will it suit him to vegetate in Surrey? Veronica will not leave home." "He has no ambition." "It is a curse to inherit money in this country. Mr. Somers writes that Ben will have 3,000 a year, but that the disposal, at present, is not in his power." I explained as well as I could the Pickersgill property. "I see how it is. The children are waiting for the principal, and have exacted the income, and their lives have been warped for this reason. Ben has not begun life yet, but I like Somers exceedingly." "He is the best of them, his mother the worst." "Did you have a passage?" "She attempted." I can give Veronica nothing beyond new clothes or furniture, whatever she likes that way. To draw money from my business is impossible. My business fluctuates like quicksilver, and it is enormously extended. If they should have $2,000 a year, it would be a princely income. I should feel so now, if they had it clear of encumbrance." "Do you mean to say that your income does not amount to so much?" "My outgoes and incomes have for a long time been involved with each other. I do not separate them. I have never lived extravagantly. My luxury has been in doing too much." A cold feeling came over me. "By the way, Mr. Somers pays you compliments in his note. How old are you? I forget." He surveyed me with a doubtful look. "Are you thin, or what is it?" "East wind, I guess. I am 25." "And Veronica?" "Over 20." "She must be married. I hope she will cut her practical eye teeth then, for Somers's sake." "He does not require a practically minded woman." "What do men require?" "They require the souls and bodies of women, without having the trouble of knowing the difference between one and other." "So bad as that? Oh!" He stopped to pay toll, and the conversation stopped. On the way home, however, I found a place to begin my proposed talk, and burst out with, "I think Hepsey should leave us." "What ails Hepsey?" "She is so old, and is such a poke." "You must tell her yourself to go. She has money enough to be comfortable. I have some of it, as well as that of half the widows, old maids, and sailors' wives in Surrey, being better than the Milford banks, they think." I felt another cold twinge. "What, are our servants your creditors?" "Servants? Don't say that," he said harshly. "We do not have these distinctions here." "It costs you more than $2,000 a year." "How do you know?"
Think of the hired people, the horses, the cows, pigs, hens, garden, fields, all costing more than they yield."
"What has come over you? Did you ever think of money before? Tell me, have you ever been in our cellar?"
"Yes, to look at the kittens."
"In the storeroom?" "For apples and sweetmeats." "Look into these matters, if you like. They never troubled your mother, at least I never knew that they did. But don't make your reforms tiresome."
What encouragement!
In the yard we saw Fanny contemplating a brood of hens, which were picking up corn before her. "Take Fanny for a coadjutor. She is 18, and a bright girl."
She sprang to the chaise, and caught the reins, which he threw into her hands, unbuckled the girth, and, before I was out of sight, was leading the horse to water. "We might economize in a way of a stable boy," I said.
"Pooh! You are not indulgent. Here," whistling to Fanny, "let Sam do that."
She pouted her lips at him, and he laughed. Aunt Merce gave me a letter the moment I entered. "It is in Alice's hand. Sit down and read it." She took her handkerchief and a bit of flag root from her pocket, to be ready for the sympathetic flow which she expected. But the letter was short. She had seen, it said, the announcement of mother's death in a newspaper at the time. She knew what a change it had made. We might be sure that we should never find our old level, however happy and forgetful we might grow. She bore us all in mind, but sent no message, except to Aunt Merce. She must come to Rosville before summer was over, and could she assist me by taking Arthur for a while? Edward was a quiet, companionable lad, and Arthur would be safe with him at home and at school. "I wish you would go, Aunt Merce."
"Yes, why not, Mercy?" asked father. "It would be a good thing for Arthur, Cassandra. You know what Surrey is for a boy."
"I know what Rosville was for a girl," I thought. It was an excellent plan for Arthur, but a feeling of repulsion at the idea of his going kept me silent.
"Is it a good idea?" he repeated.
"Yes, yes, father, send him by all means." Aunt Merce sighed.
"If he goes, I must go. I can be the receptacle for his griefs and trials for a while at least, and be a little useful that way. You know, Locke, I am but a poor creature." "I was not aware of that fact, and I am astonished to hear you say so, Mercy, when you know how far back I can remember. Mary shines all along those years, and you with her."
"Locke, you are the kindest man in the world." He feels 50 years younger than she appears to him, I thought, but I thanked him for his consideration for her. "Veronica had a letter to day from Mr. Somers."
What did you buy in Milford?" "Mr. Morgeson," Fanny called. "Bumpus, the horse jockey, is in the yard. He says Bill is spavined. I think he lies. He wants to trade." He went out with her. "Aunt Merce, let us be more together. What do you think of spending our evenings in the parlor?" "Do you expect to break up our habits?" "I would if I could." "Try Veronica." "I have." "Will she give up solitude?" "Bring your knitting to the parlor, and see." Veronica came in to tell me that Ben was coming in a week. "Glad of it." "Sends love to you." "Obliged." "Calls me 'poor girl,' speaks beautifully of his remembrance of mother, and—" "What?" "Tells me to rely on your faithful soul, to trust in the reasonable hope of our remaining together, to try to establish an equality of tastes and habits between us. He tells me what I never knew, that I need you, that we need each other." "Is that all?" "There is more for me." I left her. Closing the door of my room gently, I thought, Ben is a good man, but for all that, I feel like a blind Samson just now. I could lay my hands on the pillars which supported the temple he has built. I would wrench them from their foundation and surprise him by toppling the roof on his head. His arrival was delayed for just a few days. When he came, Surrey looked its best, for it was June, and though the winds were chilly, the grass was grown, and the orchard leaves were crowding off the blossoms. The woods were vividly green. The fawns were playing there, and the sirens sang under the sea. But I had other thoughts. The fawns and sirens were not for me, perplexed as I was with household cares. Hepsy proposed staying another year, but I was firm, and she went, begging Fanny to go with her, and be as a daughter, but she declined. But the proposition influenced her to be troublesome to me. She told me she was of an age now, and that no person had a right to control her. At present she was useful where she was, and might remain. "Will you have wages?" I asked her. "That is Mr. Morgeson's business." My anger would have pleased her, so I concealed it. "Your ability, Fanny, is better than your disposition. Me, you do not suit at all. But it is certain that father depends on you for his small comforts, and Veronica likes you. I wish you would stay." She placed her arms akimbo. "I should like to find you out exactly. I can't. I never could find out your mother. All the rest of you are as clear as daylight." And she snapped her fingers, as if "the rest" were between them. "You lack faith. You believe that this is a beautiful world, don't you? I hate it. I should think you had reason, too, for hating it. Pray, what have you got?" "An ungrateful imp that was bequeathed to me." She saw father in the garden beckoning me. "He wants you. I do not hate the world always," she added, with her eyes fixed on him. I was disposed to trouble the still waters of our domestic life with theories. Our ways were too mechanical. The old-fashioned asceticism, which considered air, sleep, food as mere necessities, was stupid. But I had no assistants. Veronica thought that her share of my plans must consist of a diligent notice of all that I did, which she gave, and then went to her own life, kept sacredly apart. Fanny laughed in her sleeve and took another side, the practical, and shone in it, becoming in fact the true manager and worker, while I played. Aunt Merce was helpless. She neglected her former cares, and father was, what he always had been at home, heedless and indifferent. One morning we stood on the landing stair, Ben, Veronica, and myself, looking from the window. A silver mist so thinly wrapped the orchard that the wet, shining leaves thrust themselves through in patches. Birds were singing beneath, feeling the warmth of the sun, scarcely hid. The young leaves and blossoms steeping in the mist sent up a delicious odor. "I like Surrey better and better," he said. "The atmosphere suits me." "Oh, I am glad," answered Verry. "I could never go away. It is not beautiful, I know. In fact, it is meager when it comes to be talked of. But there are suggestions here which occasionally stimulate me." "Verry, can you keep people away from me when I live here?" "I do not like that feeling in you." "I like fishermen." "And a boat?" "Yes, I'll have a boat. I shall never go out with you." "Cass will. I shall cruise with her, and you, in your house, need not see us depart. Eric the Red made excursions in this region. We will skirt the shores, which are the same, nearly, as when he sailed from them, with his Northmen, and the ancient barnacles will think, when they see her fair hair, which she will let ripple around her stately shoulders, that he has come back with his bride." Verry looked with delight at him, and then at me. "Her long yellow hair and her stately shoulders," she repeated. "Will you go?" he asked. "Of course," I answered, going downstairs. I happened to look back on the way. His arm was round Verry, but he was looking after me. He withdrew it as our eyes met, and came down, but she remained, looking from the window. We went into the parlor, and I shut the door. "Now then," I said. He took a note from his pocket and gave it to me. I broke its seal and read: "Tell Ben, before you can reflect upon it, that I will go abroad, and then repent of it. As I shall, Desmond." "Tell Ben," I repeated aloud, "that I will go abroad, Desmond." "Do you guess, as he does, that my reason for going was that I might be kept aloof from all sight and sound of you and him? In the result toward which I saw you drive I could have no part. Stay, I know that he will go." "You do not know, nor do you know what such a man is when," checking himself, "is he in love?" "If you choose to call it that." "I do." All there was to say should be said now, but I felt more agitated than was my wont. These feelings, not according with my housewifely condition, upset me. I looked at him; he began to walk about, taking up a book, which he leaned his head over, and whose covers he bent back till they cracked. "You would read me that way," I said. "It is rather your way of reading. Can you remember that Desmond and I influence each other to act alike, and that we comprehend each other without collision? I love him as a mature woman may love. Once, Ben, only once. The fire tipped arrows rarely pierce soul and sense, blood and brain." He made a gesture expressive of contempt. "Men are different. He is different." "You have already spoken for me, and I suppose you will for him." "I venture to. Desmond is a violent, tyrannical, sensual man. His perceptions are his pulses. That he is handsome, clever, resolute, and sings well, I can admit, but no more. We will not bandy his merits or his demerits between us. Let us observe him. And now tell me, what am I?" "You have been my delight and misery ever since I knew you. I saw you first, so impetuous, yet self contained, incapable of insincerity, devoid of affection, and courageously, naturally beautiful. Then, to my amazement, I saw that, unlike most women, you understood your instincts, that you dared to define them, and were impious enough to follow them. You debased my ideal, you confused me, also, for I could never affirm that you were wrong, forcing me to consult my abstractions. They gave me a verdict in your favor, which almost unsexed you in my estimation. I must own that the man who is willing to marry you has more courage than I have. Is it strange that when I found your counterpart, Veronica, that I yielded? Her delicate, pure, ignorant soul suggests to me eternal repose." "It is not necessary that you should fatigue your mind with abstractions concerning her. It will be the literal you will hunger for, dear Ben." "Damn it, the world has got a twist in it, and we all go round with it, devilishly awry." I said no more. He had defined my limits. He would, as far as possible, control me without pity or compassion, thinking, probably, that I needed none. The powers he had always given me credit for must be sufficing. I could not comprehend him. How was it that he and Verry gave me such horrible pain? Was it exceptional? Could I claim nothing from women? Had they thought me an anomaly? Well, I thought it was Veronica who was called peculiar and original. The end of it all must be for me to assimilate with their happiness. "Well," he said. "Thank you." Then Veronica came, swinging her bonnet. The Sagamore has arrived, and I am going to stand on the wharf to count the sailors, and learn if they have all come home. Will you go, Ben?" He complied, and I was left alone. Chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 37. When Ben left Surrey, I sent no message or letter by him, and he asked for none. But at once I wrote to Desmond, and did not finish my letter till after midnight. Intoxicated with the liberty my pen offered me, I roamed over a wide field of paper. The next morning I burnt it. But there was something to be said to him before his departure, and again I wrote. I might have condensed still more, in this way: Vestigia res dorsum, Charles Morgeson. When the answer came, I reflected before I read it, that it might be the last link of the chain between us. Not a bright one at the best, nor garlanded with flowers, nor was it metal, silver or gold. There was rust on it, it was corroded, for it was forged out of his and my substance. I read it. I am yours, as I have been since the night I asked you, "How came those scars?" Did you guess that I read your story? I go from you with one idea: I love you, and I must go. Brave woman, you have shamed me to death almost. He sent me a watch. I was to wear it from the 2nd of July. It was small and plain, but there were a few words scratched inside the case with the point of a knife, which I read every day. Veronica's eye fell on it the first time I put it on. "What time is it?" "Near 1. I thought from the look of it that it might be near 2. Don't mar my ideal of you, Verry, by growing witty." She shrugged her shoulders. "I guess you found it washed ashore among the rocks. Was it bruised?" "A man gave it to me." "A merman who fills the sea halls with a voice of power?" "Maybe." "Ben gave it to you. It is a kind of housekeepish present. Did he add scissors and a needle case? What if the merman should take me some day to the pale sea groves straight and high?" "You must never, never go. You cannot leave me, Cass." She grasped my sleeve and pulled me round. "How much was there for you to do in the life before us, which you talked about?" "I remember. There is much, to be sure." Fanny's quick eye caught the glitter of the watch. The mystery teased her, but she said nothing. Aunt Merce had gone to Rosville with Arthur. There was no visitor with us. There had been none beside Ben since mother died. All seemed kept at bay. I wrote to Helen to come and pass the summer, but her child was too young for such a journey, she concluded. Ben had sailed for Switzerland. The summer, whose biography, like an insignificant life, must be written in a few words, was a long one to live through. It happened to be a dry season, which was unfrequent on our coast. Days rolled by without the variation of wind, rain, or hazy weather. The sky was an opaque blue till noon, when solid white clouds rose in the north and sailed seaward or barred the sunset, which turned them crimson and black. The mown fields grew yellow under the stare of the brassy sun, and the leaves cracked and curled for the want of moisture. It was dull in the village. No ships were building, none sailed, none arrived. But father was more absorbed than ever, more away from home. He wrote often in the evening, and pored over ledgers with his bookkeeper. Late at night I found him sorting and reading papers. He forgot us. But Fanny, as he grew forgetful, improved as housekeeper. Her energy was untiring. She waited so much on him that I grew forgetful of him. Veronica was the same as before. Her room was pleasant, with color and perfume. The same delicate pains in her dress each day was taken. She looked as fair as a lily, as serene as the lake on which it floats, except when Fanny tried her. With me, she never lost her temper, but I saw little of her. She was as fixed in her individual pursuits as ever. There were intervals now when all my grief for mother returned, and I sat in my darkened chamber, recalling with sad persistence her gestures, her motions, the tone of her voice, through all the past back to my first remembrance. The places she inhabited, her opinions and her actions I commented on with a minuteness that allowed no detail to escape. When my thoughts turned from her, it seemed as if she were newly lost in the vast and wandering universe of the dead, whence I had brought her. In September a letter came from Ben, which promised a return by the last of October. With the ruffling autumnal breezes my stagnation vanished, and I began my shore life again in a mood which made memory like hope. But staying out too late one evening, I came home in a chill. From the chill I went to a fever, which lasted some days. Veronica came every day to see me, and groaned over my hair, which fell off, but she could not stay long. The smell of the medicine made her ill. The dark room gave her an uneasiness. Besides, she did not know what she should say. I sent her away, always. Fanny took care of me, till I was able to move about the room. Then she absented herself most of the time. One afternoon Veronica came to tell me that Margaret, the Irish girl, was going. She supposed that Fanny was insufferable, and that she could not stay. "I must be well by tomorrow," I said. The next day I went downstairs, and was greeted with the epithet of scarecrow. "Do you feel pretty strong?" asked Fanny, with a peculiar accent, when we happened to be alone. "What is the matter? Out with it." "Something's going to turn up here. Something ails Mr. Morgeson." "I guess his ailment." "He is going to fail. He is smashed all to nothing. He knows what will be said about him, yet he goes about with perfect calmness. But he feels it. I tried him this morning. I gave him tea instead of coffee, and he didn't know it." "Margaret's gone?" "There must be rumors, for she asked him for her wages a day or two ago. He paid her, and said she had better go." I examined my hands involuntarily. She tittered. "How easily you will wash the long-necked glasses and pictures with your slim hand." I dropped into a mental calculation, respecting the cost of an entire change of wardrobe suitable to our reduced circumstances, and speculated on a neat cottage style of cookery. "I think I must go too," she said, with cunning eyes. "How can you bear to, when there will be so much trouble for you to enjoy?" "How tired you look, Cass," said Veronica, slipping in quietly. "What are you talking about? Has Fanny been tormenting you?" "Of course," she answered; "but if I'm not mistaken, you will be tormented by others besides me." "Get out," said Veronica. "Leave us, pale pest." "You may want me here yet." What does she mean, Cass? I hesitated. "Tell me," she said, in her imperative, gentle voice, "what is there that I cannot know?" "Now she is what you call high toned, isn't she?" inquired Fanny. Veronica threw her book at her. "The truth is, ladies, that your father, the principal man in Surrey, is not worth $1. What do you think of it? And how will you come off the high horse?" And Fanny drummed on the table energetically. "Did you really think of going, Fanny?" asked Veronica. "You will stay, and do better than ever, for if you attempt to go, I shall bring you back." This was the invitation she wanted, and was satisfied with. "I must give up flowers," said Veronica, "of course." "I wonder if we shall keep pigs this fall," said Fanny. "Must we sit in the free seats in the meeting house? It will be fine for the boys to drop paper balls on our heads from the gallery. I'd like to see them do it, though," she concluded, as if she felt that such an insult would infringe upon her rights. Chapter 38 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie L. Narden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 38. It was true. Locke Morgeson had been insolvent for 5 years. All this time he had thrown ballast out from every side in the shape of various ventures, which he trusted would lighten the ship, that, nevertheless, drove steadily on to ruin. Then he steered blindly, straining his credit to the utmost, and then the crash. His losses were so extended and gradual that the public were not aware of his condition till he announced it. There was a general exasperation against him. The Morgeson family rose up with one accord to represent the public mind, which drove Veronica wild. "Have you acted wrongly, father?" she asked. "I have confessed, Verry. Will that suit you?" Our house was thronged for several days. "Pay us," cried the female portion of his creditors. In vain, father represented that he was still young, that his business days were not over, that they must wait, for paid they should be. "Pay us now, for we are women," they still cried. Fanny opened the doors for these persons as wide as possible when they came, and shut them with a bang when they went, astonishing them with her satirical politeness, or confounding them with an impertinent silence. The important creditors held meetings to agree what should be done, and effected an arrangement by which his property was left in his hands for 3 years, to arrange for the benefit of his creditors. The arrangement proved that his integrity was not suspected, but it was an ingenious punishment, that he should keep in sight, improve, or change for others what had been his own. I was glad when he decided to sell his real estate and personal property, and trust to the ships alone, but would build no more. I begged him to keep our house until Ben should return. He consented to wait, but I did not tell Verry what I had done. All the houses he owned, lots, carriages, horses, domestic stock, the fields lying round our house, were sold. When he began to sell, the fury of retrenchment seized him, and he laid out a life of self-denial for us 3. Arthur's $10,000 was safe, who was therefore provided for. He would bring wood and water for us, the rest we must do, with Fanny's help. We could dine in the kitchen, and put our beds in one room. By shutting up the house in part, we should have less labor to perform. We attempted to carry out his ideas, but Veronica was so dreadfully in Fanny's way and mine, that we were obliged to entreat her to resume her old rôle. As for Fanny, she was happy, working like a beaver day and night. Father was much at home, and took an extraordinary interest in the small details that Fanny carried out. When Temperance heard of these arrangements, she came down with Abram in their green and yellow wagon. Temperance drove the shaggy old white horse, for Abram was entrusted with the care of a big bag, in which were fastened a cock and 4 hens. We should see, she said, when she let them out, whether we were to keep hens or not. Was Veronica to go without new-laid eggs? Had she sold the cat? She sarcastically inquired of father. "Who's going to do your washing, girls?" she asked, taking off her bonnet. "We all do it." Now I shall die a-laughing. But she contradicted herself by crying heartily, "One day in every week, I tell you, I am coming, and Fanny and I can do the washing in a jiffy." "Sure," said Abram, "you can. The sass is in." "Sass or no sass, I am coming." She made me laugh for the first time in a month. I was too tired generally to be merry with my endeavors to carry out father's wishes, and keep up the old aspect of the house. When she left us, we all felt more cheerful. Aunt Merce wanted to come home, but Verry and I thought she had better stay in Rosville. We could not deny it to ourselves that home was sadly altered, or that we were melancholy, and though we needed her more, we begged her not to come. Happily, father's zeal soon died away. A boy was hired, and as there was no out-of-doors work for him to do, he relieved Fanny, who in her turn relieved me. Finding time to look into myself, I perceived a change in my estimation of father. A vague impression of weakness in him troubled me. I also discovered that I had lost my atmosphere. My life was coarse, hard, colorless. I lived in an insignificant country village. I was poor. My theories had failed. My practice was like my moods. variable. But I concluded that if today would go on without bestowing upon me sharp pains, depriving me of sleep, mutilating me with an accident, or sending a disaster to those belonging to me, I would be content. Arthur held out a hope, by writing me, that he meant to support me handsomely. He wished me to send him some shirt studs, and told me to keep the red horse. He had heard that I was very handsome when I was in Rosville. A girl had asked him how I looked now. When he told her I was handsomer than any woman Rosville could boast of, she laughed. October had gone, and we had not heard from Ben. Veronica came to my room of nights, and listened to wind and sea as she never had before. Sometimes she was there long after I had gone to bed, to look out of the windows. If it was calm, she went away quietly. If the sea was rough, she was sorrowful, but said nothing. The lethargic summer had given way to a boisterous autumn of cold, gray weather, driving rains and hollow gales. At last he came, to Veronica first. He gave a deep breath of delight when he stood again on the hearth rug, before our now unwonted parlor fire. The sight of his ruddy face, vigorous form, and gay voice made me as merry as the attendants of a feast are when they inhale the odor of the viands they carry, hear the gurgle of the wine they pour, and echo the laughter of the guests. There was much to tell that astonished him, but he could not be depressed. Everything must be arranged to suit us. He would buy the house, provided he could pay for it in installments. Did I know his mother had docked his allowance as soon as she knew that he would marry Verry? How should I know it? I had not heard that since Desmond's was doubled, when she heard his intention of going to Spain. How should I know that? One thing I should learn, however, and that was, that Desmond had begged his mother to make no change in the disposition of her income. He had declined the extra allowance, and then accepted it to offer him, Ben. Was not that astonishing? Did you take it? No, but Pa did. All he could call was his 1,500 a year. Was that enough for them to live on, and pay a little every year for the house? Could we all live there together, just the same? Would we, he asked father, and allow him to be an inmate? Father shook hands with him so violently that he winced, and Verry crumpled up a handful of his tawny locks and kissed them, whereat he said, "Are you grown a human woman?" About the wedding. He could only stay to appoint a time, for he must post to Belem. It must be very soon. "In a year or two," said Verry. "Verry! In 3 weeks, then." "From to day?" "No, that will be the date of the wreck of the loch Morgeson, but in 3 weeks from to morrow. Must we have anybody here, Ben?" "Helen and Alice. Cassandra?" "Certainly." "We have no friends," said Verry. "What will you wear, Verry?" I asked.
"Why, this dress,"
designating her old black silk. Her eyes filled with tears, and went on a pilgrimage toward the unknown heaven where our mother was. She could only come to the wedding as a ghost. I imagined her flitting through the empty spaces, from room to room, scared and troubled by the pressure of mortal life around her. "I shall not wear white," Verry said hastily. The very day Ben went to Belem, one of father's outstanding ships arrived. She came into the harbor presenting the unusual sight of trying oil on deck. Black and greasy from hull to spar, she was a pleasant sight, for she was full of sperm oil. Little boys ran down to the house to inform us of the fact before she was moored.
"Would Mr. Morgeson be all right now that his luck has changed?"
they asked. At supper father said, "By George," several times, by that oath resuming something of his old self. "Those women can now be paid," he said. "If I could have held out till now, I could have gone on without failing. This is the first good voyage the Oswego ever made me. If another ship, the Adamant, will come full while oil is high, I shall arrange matters with my creditors before the 3 years are up, to hold my own again. I never will venture all upon the uncertain field of the sea." The Oswego's captain sent us a box of shells the next day, and a small Portuguese boy named Manuel, a handsome, black-eyed, husky-voiced fellow in a red shirt, which was bound round his waist with a leather belt, from which hung a sailor's sheath knife. "He is volcanic," said Verry. "The Portuguese are all handsome," said Fanny, poking him, to see if he would notice it. But he did not remove his eyes from Veronica. "He shall be your page, Verry." The next night a message came to us that Abram was dying. If we ever meant to come, Temperance sent word, some of us might come now, but she would rather have Mr. Morgeson. Fanny insisted upon going with him to carry a lantern. Manuel offered her his knife, when he comprehended that she was going through a dark road. "You are a perfect heathen. There is nothing to be afraid of, except that Mr. Morgeson may walk into a ditch. Will a knife keep us out of that?" "Knife is good. It kills," he said, showing his white, vegetable ivory teeth. Verry and I sat up till they returned at 2 in the morning. Abram had died about midnight, distressed to the last with worldly cares. "He asked," said father, "if I remembered his poor boy, whose chest never came home, and wished to hear some one read a hymn. Temperance broke down when I read it, while Fanny cried hysterically." "I was freezing cold," she answered haughtily. In the morning Verry and I started for Temperance's house, but she waited on the doorstep till I had inquired whether we were wanted. I called her in, for Temperance asked for her as soon as she saw me. "He was a good man, girls," she said with emphasis. "Indeed he was. A little mean, I suppose." I put in a demurrer. Her face cleared instantly. "He thought a great deal of you folks, and a great deal of you. Oh, what a loss I have met with! He had just bought a first-rate overcoat." "But Temperance," said Verry, with a lamentable candor, "you can come back now. Can't you wait for him to be put into the ground?" And she tried to look shocked, but failed. A friend entered with a doleful face, and Temperance groaned slightly. "It is all done complete now, Miss Handy. He looks as easy as if he slept. He was so limber." "Yes, yes," answered Temperance, starting up, and hurrying us out of the room, pinching me, with a significant look at Verry. She was afraid that her feelings might be distressed. "The funeral will be a day after to morrow. Don't come. Your father will be all that must be here of the family. I shall shut up the house and come straight to you. I know that I am needed, but you mustn't say a word about pay. I can't stand it. I have had too much affliction to be pestered about wages." Verry hugged her, and Temperance shed the honestest tears of the days then, she was so gratified at Verry's fondness. Before Abram had been buried a week, she was back again, a fixture, although she declared that she had only come for a spell, as we might know by the size of the bundle she had, showing us one, tied in a blue cotton handkerchief. What should she stay from her own house for, when as good a man ever lived left it to her? We knew that she merely comforted a tender conscience by praising the departed, for whom she had small respect when living. We felt her brightening influence, but Fanny sulked, feeling dethroned. Ben Pickersgill Somers and Veronica Morgeson were published. Contrary to the usual custom, Verry went to hear her own banns read at the church. She must do all she could, she told me, to realize that she was to be married. Had I any thoughts about it, with which I might aid her? She thought it strange that people should marry, and could not decide whether it was the sublimest or the most inglorious act of one's life. I begged her to think about what she should wear. The time was passing. Father gave me so small a sum for the occasion, I had little opportunity for the splendid. But I purchased what Veronica wanted for a dress, and superintended the making of it. Black lace over lavender-colored silk. She said no more about it, but I observed that she put in order all her possessions, as if she were going to undertake a long and uncertain journey. Every box and drawer was arranged. All her clothes were repaired, refolded, and laid away. Every article was refreshed by a turn or shake-up. She made her room a miracle of cleanliness. What she called rubbish, she destroyed. Her old papers, things with chipped edges, or those that were defaced by wear. She went once to Milford in the time, and bought a purple Angola rug,
which she put before her armchair, and 2 small silver cups, with covers. In one was a perfume which Ben liked, the other was empty. Her favorite blank books were laid on a shelf, and the table, with its inkstand and portfolio, was pushed against the wall. The last ornament which she added to her room was a beautifully woven mat of evergreens, with which she concealed the picture of the avenue and the nameless man. After it was done, she inhabited my room, appearing to feel at home, and glad to have me with her. As the time grew near, she grew silent, and did not play at all. Temperance watched her with anxiety. "If ever she can have one of those nervous spells again, she will have one now," she said. "Don't let her dream. I am turning myself inside out to keep up with her appetite. Do you ever feel worried about me, Tempy?" "Lord a mercy, you great strong thing, why should I? Maybe you do want a little praise. I never saw anybody get along as well as you do, nowadays. You have altered very much. I never would have believed it." "What was the trouble with me?" "I always stuck up for you, gracious knows. Do you know what has been said of you in Surrey?" "No." "Then I shan't tell you. If I were you, though, I shouldn't trouble myself to be over polite to the folks who have come and gone here nigh on to 20 years. Hang 'em." A few days before the wedding, Aunt Merce and Arthur came home. Arthur was shy at first regarding the great change, but being agreeably disappointed, grew lively. I perceived that Aunt Merce had aged since mother's death. Her manner was changed. The same objects no longer possessed an interest. She looked at me penitentially. "I wish I could say," she said, "what I used to say to you, that you were possessed. Now there seems to be no occasion for me to comprehend people. I begin to. My education began wrong end foremost. I think Mary's death has taught me something. Do you think of her? She was the love of my life." Women do keep stupid a long time, but I think they are capable of growth, beyond the period when men cease to grow or change. Oh, I don't know anything about men, you know. Temperance and I cleaned the house, opened every room, and made every fireplace ready for a fire being the chief luxury which I could command. Baking went on up within a day of the wedding, under Hepsey's supervision, who had been summoned as a helper. Fanny was busy elsewhere. "Mr. Morgeson," said Temperance, "the furniture is too darn shabby for a wedding." "It is not mine, you must remember." "Plague take the creditors. They know as well as I that you turned Surrey from a herring weir into a whaling port, and that the houses they live in were built out of the wages you gave them. I am thankful that most of them have water in their cellars." Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Morgesons. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 39. The day came. Alice Morgeson and Helen with her baby arrived the night before, and Ben and Mr. Somers drove from Milford early in the afternoon. Mr. Somers was affable and patronizing. When introduced to Veronica, he betrayed astonishment. "She is not like you, Cassandra. Are you in delicate health, my dear?" addressing her. "I have a peculiar constitution, I believe." He made excuses to her for Mrs. Somers and his daughters, to which she answered not a word. He was in danger of being embarrassed, and I enticed him away from her, not before she whispered gravely, "Why did he come?" I went over the house with him, he remarking on its situation for sun and shade, and protection from or exposure to the winds, and tasting the water, pronounced it excellent. He thought I had a true idea of hospitality. The fires everywhere proclaimed that. Temperance had the air of a retainer. There was an atmosphere about our premises which placed them at a distance from the present. Then Alice came to my assistance, and entertained him so well that I could leave him. We had invited a few friends and relations to witness the ceremony, at 8 o'clock.
I had been consulted so often on various matters, that it was dark before I finished my tasks. The last was to arrange some flowers I had ordered in Milford. I kept a bunch of them in reserve for Verry's plate, for we were to have supper, at father's request, who thought it would be less tiresome to feed the guests than to talk to them. Verry did not know this, though she had asked several times why we were all so busy. It was near 7 when I went upstairs to find her. Temperance had sent Manuel and Fanny to the different rooms with tea, bread and butter, and the message that it was all we were to have at present. Ben had been extremely silent since his arrival, and disposed to reading. I looked over his shoulder once, and saw that it was Scott's Life of Napoleon he perused. And an hour after, being obliged to ask him a question, I saw him still at the same page. He was now dressing probably. Helen and Alice were in their rooms. Mr. Somers was napping on the parlor sofa. Father was meditating at his old post in the dining room and smoking. It was a familiar picture, but there was a rent in the canvas, and a figure was missing, she who had been its light. I found Verry sound asleep on the sofa in my room. A glassful of milk was on the floor beside her, and a plate with a slice of bread. The lamp had been lighted by someone, and carefully shaded from her face. She had been restless, I thought, for her hair had fallen out of the comb and half covered her face, which was like marble in its whiteness and repose. Her right arm was extended. I took her hand, and her warm, humid fingers closed over mine. "Wake up, Verry. It is time to be married." She opened her eyes without stirring, and fixed them upon me. "Do you know any man who was like Ben, or was it he whom I have just left in the dark world of sleep?" "I know his brother, who was like him, but dark in complexion, and his hair is black." "His hair is not black." I rushed out of the room, muttering some excuse, came back and arranged her toilette; but she remained with her arm still extended, and continued: "It was a strange place where we met. Curious, dusty old trees grew about it. He was cutting the back of one with a dagger, and the pieces he carved out fell to the ground, as if they were elastic. He made me pick them up, though I wished to listen to a man who was lying under one of the trees, wrapped in a cloak, keeping time with his dagger, and singing a wild air. 'What did you see?' said the first. 'A letter on every piece,' I answered, and spelt Cassandra. 'Are you Ben transformed?' I asked, for he had his features, his air, though he was a swarthy, spare man, with black, curly hair, dashed with gray. But he pricked my arm with his dagger, and said, 'Go on.' I picked up the rest, and spelt Somers. 'Cassandra Somers. Now tell her,' he whispered, turning me gently from him, with a hand precisely like Ben's. 'No, it is handsomer,' I muttered. Before me was a space of sea. Before I crossed I wanted to hear that wild music, but your voice broke my dream.' She sat up and unbuttoned her sleeve. As I live, there was a red mark on her arm above her elbow. I crushed my hands together and set my teeth, for I would have kissed the mark and washed it with my tears. But Verry must not be agitated now. She divined my feelings for the first time in her life. 'I have indeed been in a long sleep. As far as you are concerned, this means something. My blindness is removed by a dream. Do you despise me?' Two large, limpid tears dropped down her smooth cheeks without ruffling the expression of her face. 'I have prided myself upon my delicacy of feeling. You may have remarked that I considered myself your superior.' 'You are all wrong. I have no delicate feelings at all. They are as coarse and fibrous as the husk of a cocoanut. Do for heaven's sake get up and let me dress you.' She burst into laughter. 'Bring me some water then.' I brought her a bowlful, and stood near her with a towel, but she splashed it over me, and dribbled her hands in it till I was in despair. I took it away and wiped her face, which looked at me so childly, so elfish, so willful, and so tenderly, that I took it between my hands and kissed it. I pulled her up to a chair, for she was growing wilful every moment, but she must be humored. I combed her hair, put on her shoes and stockings, and in short dressed her. Father came up and begged me to hurry, as everybody had come. I sent him for Ben, who came with a pale, happy face and shining eyes. She looked at him seriously. "I like you best," she said. "It is time you said that. Oh, Verry, how lovely you are! I feel so." "Come, come," urged father. "I do not want these gloves," she said, dropping them. Ben slipped on the third finger of her left hand a plain ring. She kissed it, and he looked as if about to be translated. "Forever, Verry?" "Forever." "Wait a moment," I said. "I want a collar," giving a glance to the glass. What a starved, thin, haggard face I saw, with its border of pale hair! Whose were those wide, pitiful, robbed eyes? I hurried into the room in advance to show them their place in front of a screen of plants. When they entered, the company rose, and the ceremony was performed. Veronica's dress was commented upon and not approved of. Being black, it was considered ominous. She looked like a cloud with a silver lining. I also made my comments. Temperance, whose tearful eyes were fixed on her darling, was unconscious that she had taken from her pocket and was flourishing a large red and yellow silk handkerchief, while the cambric one she intended to use was neatly folded in her left hand. She wore the famous plum-colored silk, old style, which had come into a fortune in the way of wrinkles. A large bow of black ribbon testified that she was in mourning. Hepsy rubbed her thumb across her fingers with a vacant air of habit. I glanced at Alice. She was looking intently at Fanny, whose eyes were fixed upon father. A strange feeling of annoyance troubled me, but the ceremony was over. Arthur congratulated himself on having a big brother. Ben was so pale, and wore so exalted an expression, that he agitated me almost beyond control. After the general shaking of hands, there came retorts for me. "When shall we have occasion to congratulate you?" and "You are almost at the corner," and "Your traveling from home seems only to have been an advantage to Veronica." "I tell you, Cousin Sue," said Arthur, who overheard the last remark, "that you don't know what they say of Cassandra in Rosville. She's the biggest beauty they ever had, and had lots of beaux." A significant expression passed over Cousin Sue's face, which was noticed by Alice Morgeson, who colored deeply. "Have you not forgotten?" I asked her. "It was of you I thought, not myself. I cannot tell you how utterly the past has gone, or how insignificant the result has proved." "Alice," said father, "can you carve?" "Splendidly." "Come and sit at the foot of my table. Mr. Somers will take charge of the smaller one." "With pleasure." "Slip out," whispered Fanny, "and look at the table. Temperance wants you." "For the Lord's sake," cried Temperance, "say whether things are shipshape." I was surprised at the taste she had displayed, and told her so. "For once I have tried to do my best," she said. "All for Verry. Call him in. The turkeys will be on in a whiffle." The tables were set in the hall as well as in the dining room. "They must sit down," she continued, "so that they may eat their victuals in peace." The supper was a relief to Veronica, and I blessed father's forethought. Nobody was exactly merry, but there was a proper cheerfulness. Temperance, Fanny, and Manuel were in attendance. The latter spilled a good deal of coffee on the carpet in his enjoyment of the scene, and when he saw Veronica take the flowers in her hand, he exclaimed, "Santa Maria!" Everybody turned to look at him. "What are you doing here, Manuel?" asked Ben.
"I wait on the señoritas," he answered. "Take plum duff."
Everybody laughed.
"Do you like widows?" whispered Fanny at the back of my chair.
I made a sign to her to attend to her business, but, as she suggested, looked at Alice. At that moment she and father were drinking wine together. I thought her handsomer than ever. She had expanded into a fair, smooth middle age. The talking and clattering melted vaguely into my ears. I was a lay figure in the scene, and my soul wandered everywhere. Mr. Somers began to fidget gently, which father perceiving, rose from the table. Soon after, the guests departed. The remains of the feast vanished, the fires burnt down. Winding sheets wrapped the flame of the candles, and suppressed gaping set in. The flowers, left to themselves, began to give out odors which perfumed the rooms. I went about extinguishing the waning candles, and stifling the dying fires, finished my work, and was going upstairs when I heard Veronica playing, and stopped to listen. It was not a paean or a lament that she played, but a fluctuating, vibratory air, expressive of mutation. I hung over the stair railing after she had ceased, convinced that she had been playing for herself a farewell, which freed me from my bond to her. Mr. Somers came along the hall with a candle, and I waited to ask him if I could do anything for his comfort. "My dear," he said with apprehension, "your sister is a genius, I think." "In music?" "Yes." "What a deplorable thing for a woman." "A woman of genius is but a heavenly lunatic, or an anomaly sphered between the sexes. Do you agree?" He laughed, and pushed his spectacles up on his forehead. "My dear, I am astonished that Ben's choice fell as it did." "Good night, sir," I said so loudly that he almost dropped his candle, and I retired to my room, taking a chair by the fire with a sigh of relief. After a while Ben and Veronica came up. "It is a cold night," I remarked. "I am in an enchanted palace," said Ben, "where there is no weather." "Cassy, will you take these pins out of my hair?" asked Verry, seating herself in an easy chair. "Ben will excuse you." "How good of you!" He strode across the passage, went into her room, and shut the door. "There, Verry, I have unbound your hair." "But I want to talk." I took her hand and led her out. She stood before her door for a moment, silently, and then gave a little knock. No answer came. She knocked again. The same silence as before. At last she was obliged to open it herself, and enter without any bidding. Which will rule, I thought, as I slipped down the back stairs, and listened at the kitchen door. I heard nothing. Finding an old cloak in the entry, I wrapped myself in it and left the house. The moon was outriding black scudding clouds, and the wind moaned round the sea, which looked like a vast wrinkled serpent in the moonlight. I walked to Gloucester Point, and rested under the lee of the lighthouse, but could not, when I made the attempt, see to read the inscription inside my watch, by the light of the lantern. I must have fallen asleep from fatigue, still holding it in my hand, for when I started homeward, there was a pale reflection of light in the east, and the sea was creeping quietly toward it, with a murmuring morning song. End of Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 40. I looked across the bay from my window. The snow is making Pawshee's land white again, and I remain this year the same. No change, no growth or development. The fulfillment of my duty avails me nothing, and self-discipline has passed the necessary point. I struck the sash with my closed hand, for I would now give my life a new direction, and it was fettered. But I would be resolute, and break the fetters. Had I not endured a mute case long enough? Manuel, who had been throwing snowballs against the house, stopped, and looked toward the gate, and then ran toward it. A pair of tired, splashed horses dashed down the drive. Manuel had the reins, and Ben was beside him, reeling slightly on the seat of the wagon. I ran down to meet him. He had been on a trip to Belem, where he never went except when he wanted money. "I have news for you," he said, putting his arm in mine, as he jumped from the wagon. "Come in, and pull off my boots, Manuel." I brought a chair for him, and waited till his boots were off. "Bring me a glass of brandy." I stamped my foot. Verry entered with a book. "Ah, Verry, darling, come here." "Why do you drink brandy? Have you overdriven the horses?" He drank brandy. She nodded kindly to him, shut her book, and slipped out without approaching him. "That's her way," he said, staring hard at me. "She always says in the same unmoved voice, 'Why do you drink brandy?' And then she will not come to kiss you." "The child is dead, for the first thing. Cigar, Manuel. Second, I was possessed to come home by the way of Rossville. When did your father go away, Cass?" I felt faint, and sat down. "Ah, we all have a weakness. Does yours overcome you?" "He went 3 days ago." "I saw him at Alice Morgesons'." "Arthur?" "He didn't go to see Arthur. He will marry Alice, and I must build my house now." A devil ripped open my heart. Its fragments flew all over me, blinding and deafening me. "He will be home tonight." "Very well."
"What shall you say, Cassie?"
"Expose that little weakness to him."
"When will you learn real life?"
"Please ask him, when he comes, if he will see me in my room." I waited there. My cup was filled at last. My sin swam on top. Father came in smoking, and taking a chair between his legs, sat opposite me, and tapped softly the back of it with his fingers.
"You sent for me?"
"I wanted to tell you that Charles Morgeson loved me from the first, and you remember that I stayed by him to the last."
"What more is there?" knocking over the chair, and seizing me. "Tell me."
His eyes, that were bloodshot with anger, fastened on my mouth.
"I know, though, damn him. I know his cunning. Was Alice aware of this?"
And he pushed me backward. "All." An expression of pain and disappointment crossed his face. He ground his teeth fiercely. "Don't marry her, father. You will kill me if you do."
"Must you alone have license?"
He resumed his cigar, which he picked up from the floor.
"It would seem that we have not known each other. What evasiveness there is in our natures. Your mother was the soul of candor, yet I am convinced I never knew her."
"If you bring Alice here, I must go. We cannot live together."
"I understand why she would not come here. She said that she must see you first. She is in Milford."
He knocked the ashes from his cigar, looked round the room, and then at me, who wept bitterly. His face contracted with a spasm.
"We were married 2 days ago."
And turning from me quickly, he left the room. I was never so near groveling on the face of the earth as then. Let me but fall, and I was sure that I would never rise. Ben knew it, but he left it to me to tell Veronica. My grief broke all bounds, and we changed places. She tried to comfort me, forgetting herself. "Let us go away to the world's end with Ben." But suddenly recollecting that she liked Alice, she cried, "What shall I do?" What could she do but offer an unreasoning opposition? Aunt Merce cried herself sick, fond as she was of Alice, and Temperance declared that if she hadn't married a widower herself, she would put in an oar. Anyhow, she hadn't married a man with grown-up daughters. "What ails Fanny?" she asked me the next day. "She looks like a frozen pullet." "Where is she now?" "Making the beds." Temperance knew well what was the matter, but she was too wise to interfere. I found her, not bed making, but in a spare room, staring at the wall. She looked at me with dry eyes. bit her lips, and folded her hands across her chest after her old defiant fashion. I did not speak. "It is so," she said. "You need not tear me to pieces with your eyes. I can confess it to you, for you are as I am. I love him." And she got up to shake her fist in my face. "My heart and brain and soul are as good as hers, and he knows it." I could not utter a word. "I know him as you never knew him, and have for years, since I was that starved, poor house brat your mother took. Don't trouble yourself to make a speech about ingratitude. I know that your mother was good and merciful, and that I should have worshipped her, but I never did. Do you suppose I ever thought he was perfect, as the rest of you thought? He is full of faults. I thought he was dependent on me. He knows how I feel. Oh, what shall I do?" She threw up her arms and dropped on the floor in a hysteric fit. I locked the door and picked her up. "Come out of it, Fanny. I shall stay here till you do." By dint of shaking her and opening the window, she began to come to. After 2 or 3 fearful laughs and shudders, she opened her eyes. She saw my compassion, and tears fell in torrents. I cried too. The poor girl kissed my hands. A new soul came into her face. "Oh, Fanny, bear it as well as you can. You and I will be friends." "Forgive me. I was always bad. I am now. If that woman comes here, I'll stab her with Manuel's knife." "Pooh, the knife is too rusty. It would give her the lockjaw. Besides, she will never come. I know her. She is already more than halfway to meet me, but I shall not perform my part of the journey, and she will return." "You don't say so," her ancient curiosity reviving. "Manuel keeps it sharp," she said presently, relapsing into jealousy. "You are a fool. Have you eaten anything to day?" "I can't eat." "That's the matter with you. An empty stomach is the cause of the most distressing pangs." Ben urged me to go to Milford to meet Alice, and to ask her to come to our house, but father said no more to me on the subject. Neither did Veronica. In the afternoon they drove over to Milford, returning at dusk. She refused to come with them, Ben said, and never would probably. "You have thrown out your father terribly." "You notice it, do you? It is pretty evident. What is your opinion?" He was about to condemn, when he recollected his own interference in my life. "Ah, you have me. I think you are right, as far as the past, which relates to Alice, is concerned. But if she chooses to forget, why don't you? We do much that is contrary to our moral ideas, to make people comfortable. Besides, if we do not lay our ghosts, our closets will be overcrowded. We may determine some things for ourselves, irrespective of consequences. Well, there is a mess of it." Fanny had watched for their return, counting on an access of misery, for she believed that Alice would come also. It was what she would have done. Rage took possession of her when she saw father alone. She planted herself before him, in my presence, in a contemptuous attitude. He changed color, and then her mood changed. "What shall I do?" she asked piteously. I tried to get away before she made any further progress, but he checked me, dreading the scene which he foreboded, without comprehending. "Fanny," he said harshly, but with a confused face, "you mistake me." "Not I. It was your wife and children who mistook you." "What is it you would say?" "You have let me be your slave." "It is not true, I hope, what your behavior indicates?" I forgave him everything then. Fanny had made a mistake. He had only behaved very selfishly toward her, without having any perception of her. That was all. She was confounded, stared at him a moment, and rushed out. That interview settled her. She was a different girl from that day. "Father, you will go to Rosville and be rich again. Can you buy this house from Ben for me? A very small income will suffice me and Fanny, for you may be sure that I shall keep her. Temperance will live with Verry. Ben will build, now that his share of his grandfather's estate will come to him." "Very well. he said with a sigh. "I will bring it about." "It is useless for us to disguise the fact. I have lost you. You are more dead to me than mother is." "You say so?" It was the truth. I was the only one of the family who never went to Rosville. Aunt Merce took up her abode with Alice, on account of Arthur, whom she idolized. When father was married again, the Morgeson family denounced him for it, and for leaving Surrey; but they accepted his invitations to Rosville, and returned with glowing accounts of his new house and his hospitality. By the next June, Ben's house was completed, and they moved. Its site was a knoll to the east of our house, which Veronica had chosen. Her rooms were toward the orchard, and Ben's commanded a view of the sea. He had not ventured to intrude, he told her, upon the northern lights, and she must not bother him about his boathouse or his pier. They were both delighted with the change, and kept house like children. Temperance indulged their whims to the utmost, though she thought Ben's new fangled notions were silly, but they might keep him from something worse. This something was a shadow which frightened me, though I fought it off. I was weary of trouble, and shut my eyes as long as possible. Whenever Ben went from home, he often drove to Milford, or to some of the towns near. He came back disordered with drink. At the sight, my hopes would sink. But they rose again, he was so genial, so loving, so calmly contented afterward. As Verry never spoke of it, either to Temperance or me, I imagined she was not troubled much. She could not feel as I felt, for she knew nothing of the Bellevue Pickersville family history. The day they moved was a happy one for me. I was at last left alone in my own house, and I regained an absolute self-possession, and a sense of occupation I had long been stranger to. My ownership oppressed me, almost, there was so much liberty to realize. I had an annoyance soon after I came into sole possession. Father's business was not yet settled, and he came to Surrey. He was paying his debts in full, he told me, eking out what he lacked himself with the property of Alice. He could not have used much of it, however, for the vessels that were out at the time of the failure came home with good cargoes. I fancied that he had more than one regret while settling his affairs, that he missed the excitement and vicissitudes of a maritime business. Nothing disagreeable arose between us, till I happened to ask him what were the contents of a box which had arrived the day before. "Something Alice sent you. Shall we open it?" I made no answer, but it was opened, and he took out a sea green and white velvet carpet, with a scarlet leaf on it, and a piece of sea green and white brocade for curtains. Had she sought the world over, she could have found nothing to suit me so well. She thought that Verry might have a fancy for some of the old furniture, and that you would accept these in its place. There's nothing here to match this splendor, and I cannot bear to make a change. Verry must have them, for she took nothing from me.
Just as you please.
End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Morgesons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Ellen Arden. The Morgesons by Elizabeth Stoddard. Chapter 41. "What a hot day," said Fanny. "Every door and window is open. There is not a breath of air." "It will be calm all day," I said. "We have 2 or 3 days like this in a year. Give me another cup of coffee. Is it 9 yet?" "Nearly. I ought to go to Hepsey's to day. She won't be able to leave her bed, the heat weakens her so." "Don't go. How still it is. The shadows of the trees on the Neck reach almost from shore to shore, and there's a fish boat motionless." "The boat was there when I got up." "Everything is blue and yellow, or blue and white. How your hair waves this morning. It is handsomer than ever." I went to the glass with my cup of coffee. "I look younger in the summer." "What's the use of looking younger here?" she asked gruffly. "You never see a man." I see Ben coming with Verry, and Manuel behind. "Hello!" cried Ben, pulling up his horse in front of the window. "We are going on a picnic. Won't you go?" "How far? 15 or 20 miles?" "Go on. I'd rather imprison the splendid day here." "There's nothing for dinner," said Fanny. "The fish boat may come in time." "Will 3 o'clock do for you? If so, I'll stay with Hepsey till then." "4 will answer." She cleared away my breakfast things and left me. I sat by the window an hour, looking over the water, my thoughts drifting through a golden haze, and then went up to my room and looked out again. If I turned my eyes inside the walls, I was aware of the yearning, yawning empty void within me, which I did not like. I sauntered into Verry's room, to see if any clouds were coming up from the north. There were none. The sun had transfixed the sky, and walked through its serene blue, burning without beams. Neither bird nor insect chirped, and they were hid from the radiant heat in tree and sod. I went back again to my own window. The subtle beauty of these inorganic powers stirred me to mad regret and frantic longing. I stretched out my arms to embrace the presence which my senses evoked. It would be better to get a book, I concluded, and I handed up Barry Cornwall's songs. With it I would go to the parlor, which was shaded. I turned the leaves going down, and went in humming "Mount on the Dolphin, Pleasure," and threw myself on the sofa beside Desmond. I dropped Barry Cornwall. "I have come," he said, in a voice deathly faint. "How old you have grown, Desmond! But I have taken such pains with my hands for you. You said they were handsome. Are they?" I kissed them. He was so spare and brown, and his hair was quite gray. Even his mustache looked silvery. 2 years to day since I have worn the watch, Desmond." He took one exactly like it from his pocket, and showed me the inscription inside. "And the ruby ring on the guard?" "It is gone, you see. You must put one there now." "Forgive me." "Ah, Cassy, I couldn't come till now. You see what battles I must have since I saw you. It took me so long to break my cursed habits. I was afraid of myself, afraid to come, but I have tried myself to the utmost, and hope I am worthy of you. Will you trust me?" "I am yours, as I always have been." "I have eaten an immense quantity of oil and garlic," he said with a sigh, "but Spain is a good place to reform in. How is Ben?" I shook my head. "Don't tell me anything sad now, poor fellow. God help him." Fanny was talking to someone on the walk, the fisherman probably, who was bringing fish. "Do you want some dinner?" "I have had no breakfast." "I must see about something for you." "Do not leave me, Cassy." "Just for a few minutes. No." "But I want to cry by myself, besides looking after the dinner." "Cry here, then, with me. Come, Cassandra, my wife. My God, I shall die with happiness." A mortal paleness overspread his face. "Desmond, Desmond, do you know how I love you? Feel my heart. It has throbbed with the weight of you since that night in Belem, when you struck your head under the mantle." He was speechless. I murmured loving words to him, till he drew a deep breath of life and strength. "These fish are small," said Fanny at the door. "Shall I take them?" "Certainly," said Desmond. "I'll pay for them." "It is Ben in black lead," said Fanny. We laughed. At dusk Ben and Veronica drove up. Desmond was seated in the window. Ben fixed his eyes upon him without stopping. We ran out and called to him. "Old fellow," said Desmond, "willing or not, I have come." Ben's face was a study. So many emotions assailed him that my heart was wrung with pity. "Give her to me," Desmond continued, in a touching voice. "You are her oldest friend, and have a right." "She was always yours," he answered. "To contend with her was folly." Veronica took hold of Ben's chin, and raised his head to look into his face. "What dreams have you had?" But he made no reply to her. We were all silent for a moment, then he said, "Was I wrong, Des?" "No, no." While I was saying to myself, in behalf of Veronica, whose calm face baffled me, enigma, sphinx, she turned to Desmond, holding out her right arm, and said, "You are the man I saw in my dream." "And you are like the Virgin I made an offering to, only not quite so bedizened." He took her extended hand and kissed it. Ben threw the reins with a sudden dash toward Manuel, who was standing by, and jumped down. "Have tea with me," I asked, "and music too. Verry, will you play for Desmond?" She took his arm and entered the house. "Friend," I said to Ben, who lingered by the door, "to contend with me was not folly, unless it has kept you from contending with yourself. Tell me, how is it with you?" "Cassandra, the jaws of hell are open. If you are satisfied with the end, I must be." After I was married, I went to Belem, but Mrs. Somers never forgave me, and Mr. Somers liked Desmond no better than he had in former times. Neither did Adelaide and Ann ever consider the marriage in any light but that of a misalliance, nor did they recognize any change in him. It might be permanent, but it was no less an aberration which they mistrusted. The ground plan of the Bellevue Pickersgill character could not be altered. In the short time after we were married we went to Europe and stayed 2 years. These last words I write in the summer time at our house in Surrey, for Desmond likes to be here at this season, and I write in my old chamber. Before its windows rolls the blue summer sea. Its beauty wears a relentless aspect to me now; its eternal monotone expresses no pity, no compassion. Veronica is lying on the floor, watching her year-old baby. It smiles continually, but never cries, never moves, except when it is moved. Her face, thin and melancholy, is still calm and lovely, but her eyes go no more in quest of something beyond. A wall of darkness lies before her, which she will not penetrate. Aunt Merce sits near me with her knitting. When I look at her, I think how long it is since mother went, and wonder whether death is not a welcome idea to those who have died. Aunt Merce looks at Verry and the child with a sorrowful countenance, exchanges a glance with me, shakes her head. If Verry speaks to her, she answers cheerfully, and tries to conceal the grief which she feels when she sees the mother and child together. Ben has been dead 6 months. Only Desmond and I were with him in his last moments. When he sprang from his bed, staggered backwards, and fell dead, we clung together with faint hearts, and mutely questioned each other. "God is the ruler," he said at last; "otherwise let this mad world crush us now." End of Chapter 41. Recording by Julia Lenorden. End of the Morgesons, by Elizabeth Stoddard.